Right, CrawfordCana legends, welcome and good morning. Today we are live back at Pendulum in Grantham for their regular store championships, and today is going to be one hell of a tournament. I cannot wait to cast this for you. We've had a solid turnout today at Pendulum. As always, we are building toward the co-cabineted Pendulum and Angle Entertainment collaborated event where we're going to be putting our winning case in August. The winner of this tournament, just the same as Angle Entertainment the other day, will be getting a bye in the first round. An essential win here can give you such a huge advantage going into this tournament, and something we are all very much looking forward for. Now, starting off today, we have Gareth versus Jordan. Jordan, obviously a regular on the stream here when we're casting at Pendulum. Jordan having fantastic results, the partner of Stream Queen Beth herself, who has made it all the way each and every single time we've went to this tournament. A phenomenal player. And let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, this match is going to be one hell of a game. So make sure you are sticking around. Make sure your eyes are glued to this screen. Get your snacks in. Get ready for two absolute titans to take us away. Now, a little bit of background information for you. Gareth, a very strong player himself, very well known in the Birmingham area, plays with a strong crowd of people with solid results at store champs. I've played against him many times and a good friend as well. Now, Gareth today is going to be on Amber Amethyst, which, as we know, is a powerhouse of a deck. Jordan today is going to be running Blurple. So advantage potentially lies towards Gareth in the opening of this match. But Jordan, one of the best players around in the UK, somebody competing at international events, may certainly have just enough to be able to get one underneath Gareth on Amber Amethyst. Now, just the other day, Gareth actually took my list, my Amber Amethyst list, to a tournament with him, and he went undefeated in the tournament, taking it all the way through, winning the event. He went up against Justice from the Rare Hunters in the finals when he was playing against Dogs. Dogs predominantly strong into the Amber Amethyst build, but he was still able to take it down, get that big result in. So I had a chat with him this morning. He has added a couple of tweaks onto my deck list, just so it's a little bit fresh, a little bit different, so nobody's expecting what's going on. But it's certainly going to be interesting to see what he's went for. Now, starting off here, it looks like we have Jordan coming down with Fauna on the board, followed up by Gareth with a Christopher Robin. Christopher Robin has the underdog ability, meaning that you can play it out on your turn one if you're going second. But Jordan predominantly seeing this standard ramp package here, gets Tipo on the turn two, inking an additional card, and we are going to be passing turn. The Blurple deck, of course, wants to ramp up high nice and quickly, get those additional cards in the Inkwell, get a big board state, and then start getting their bigger characters down for mass removal. Amber Amethyst, on the other hand, utilizing cards such as Grandmother Willow, allowing you to pay one less for the next card to come down onto the board each turn to be able to get a wide board state, get your big characters out cheap, just like Blurple, but they have the mass removal in Raging Storm. Gareth going to be going for a quest here with the Christopher Robin. Obviously, Jordan is going to have to exert both his cards to be able to take this Christopher Robin out, so a good tempo trade. Gareth, if he's able to then trade with these cards on the following turn, stops Jordan from getting too big of a board state. And it looks like that's what Jordan's done here. Fauna exerting, questing for one, support is activated, gives the additional boost to Tipo, then taking out Christopher on, and we get the bigger fairy down on the board straight away for the turn three because of the ramp. Merryweather, 4/5 stat line with ward, an excellent card, but very nice. Gareth coming out fighting here, coming down swinging. Library goes into the Inkwell. We get Dale onto the board state, and then Grandmother Willow is now going to be challenged with its defense, its willpower, as its strength this turn, meaning that it's going to be a 2/2 stat line. Dale, when it's challenging, a 4, and Louisa Madrigal, an additional tech card into this deck, 0/3 stat line, but Challenger 2, this is now going to be a 3/3 stat line. This is exactly what Gareth is wanting to see here against Blurple, playing it very smart and getting the big cards onto the board. However, Hades looking for a deal straight onto the board, targeting Dale here. Now, Hades, when it looks for a deal, your opponent can either put the card on the bottom of their deck, or they can draw 2 cards. You let the opponent draw 2 cards, sorry. So a very tricky position. Now, Blurple, you don't want drawing too much because it can start to overwhelm you. However, Dale is too important here, so I'm not sure that he'd want to get rid of that, and it looks like he's kept it on the board. Grandmother Willow there, taken out by the Merryweather, so 2 damage back instead of the standard 1. Louisa Madrigal and Dale on the board for Gareth. Looks like we've got another Dale in hand. Interestingly, goes for the Cheshire Cat into the Inkwell here. Predominantly a great card in this matchup, but can't do anything onto the Merryweather because of the ward stat line. Library comes down onto the field here. We're going to be sending the cards into the location, and then Louisa Madrigal is going to go in 3 damage, taking out Merryweather. Excellent start. Now, Jordan is going to have to work hard to get rid of this location. Even though it's only a 1 lore location, it's constantly going to be gaining Gareth lore each and every turn. And more importantly, when there is cards in this location, if it is banished, Gareth is going to be able to draw. So a nice checkmate that he's getting at this early part of the game. 4-1 already to Gareth. Nice strong lead. Jordan down to only the Hades on the board. A few characters banished already. Looks like we're going to be exerting out 2. We are going to sail the Azurite Sea. An additional ramp card. You get to draw a card into your hand. Put an additional card into your Inkwell this turn. Utilize more resources. But Hades is then going to be singing Let It Go. Dale goes straight into the Inkwell. But this is a risky play. And not something that I always want to see when I'm playing Blurple. You need to be really careful with certain decks in the tempo range, especially the if we take cards such as sorry everyone, might just cut out there, but we're back. Really too many cards into the Inkwell because you are going to be getting the purple yellow deck going up to 8 total, getting them to that Raging Storm really quickly. Of course, it also means that later in the game they're going to be able to spam extra characters out on the board, so a risky thing to do. But we get double library coming down here for Gareth, and then Grandmother Willow coming out. Now, a few cards on the board here. Of course, Fauna is going to be able to give support, so Jordan is going to be able to take out at least one of these locations, but it means he's not going to be questing. It does look like he's going for this line. He puts Fauna in support, quests for 1, Hades, and then Cat takes out one of the libraries, taking us up to a total of 2 deficit, 2-5. But Gareth is getting closer and closer and closer to Raging Storm turn, so Jordan is going to want to look to start drawing, start getting some extra cards in his hand, and not run out quickly, because otherwise Gareth will be able to take over this quite comfortably. Looks like we're going to be exerting 1 here for Jordan. Unsure about what he's going to be sticking onto the board here. A little bit of hesitation, a little bit of fiddling around with the ink. I always say it's important to take your time and work out what the best option is, but we are going to be playing down the Royal Guard onto the board. An excellent card here, gets +1 strength for every single card played this turn. So just by drawing on your turn, it makes it a 2-2 stat line. So very, very useful. But I think that was the last card in Jordan's hand, meaning he's going to be top decking now. Probably a little bit hesitant working out if he should have inked it, just in case he top decks the Hades, but he's decided against it. Elsa is going to be going down onto the field here, exerts Royal Guard, and it looks like we're going to be going for the challenge here. We're going to be sticking Willow into the library. We are then going to take out Fauna, banishing Willow, mean we get to draw an additional card. Elsa then takes out the guard, and then do we have enough ink to be able to move Elsa in? I'm not too sure that we did, but this is going very well for Gareth so far. Jordan, of course, top decking. Does he have enough ink to be able to deploy this card? Ideally, at this point, he's going to be looking for a guidebook to try and get some draw to his hand, getting back into the game. But it's an Elsa that comes down straight away, and we're going to be getting rid of the library straight away. All 3 cards challenging in. Very strong turn for Jordan there, getting exactly what he needed. But once again, no cards in hand. Whereas Gareth seems to have quite a full hand. We do have the Chipmunk in hand. We've got Dale there. It looks like we've also got the Raging Storm. Could be looking to set that up later in the game. But because Dale is now on the field, Elsa is a 5-5 stat line whilst challenging. That is absolutely huge. And of course, they're not going to be able to challenge into this Elsa unless he has one in hand. Being that he's top decking, this is a really, really risky slot. And it looks like he's drawing on ink. I think he's unfortunately had to pass turn. Definitely not what he's looking for. Jordan very cleverly there, not exerting his characters, but an Elsa comes down onto the field, another 5-5 stat line because of Dale. This is going exactly the way that Gareth wants this game to go, controlling the board state nicely, able to quest out comfortably. Dale and Elsa questing there, going to a total of 9. 3 characters on the board for Gareth, only 1 for Jordan, and top decking. If it's an unkable, I'm assuming it's going to be the Hades. He's found the Dumbo, so he is going to be getting to the Hades down the get rid of the Dale straight into the Inkwell, but once again, getting Gareth even closer to his Raging Storm turn. Of course, there is no need for him to utilize it so far. He does not need it. He's got the advantage. There is no evasive characters for Jordan. He can sit there and wait. There is nothing in the deck that Blurple is going to be able to use to rip this out of Gareth's hand, but he's got the guidebook there, able to spend 2 to get out of the field, pay 1 to immediately exert, and banish the card, draw 2 cards. And we have another guidebook coming down. Really clever play here from Gareth, making sure to get lots and lots of resources when he does eventually hit that Raging Storm. We quest out of both Elsas there, going to a total of 11-3. Really, really nice position here. Hades and Hades on the board, and it's unfortunately a 1 cost for Jordan. Not what he wants to see right now. Both characters are going to exert, taking him up to 6. He's He's going to have to try and quest out and just try and find an answer. But the wider this board gets for Gareth, the better of a position that he's going to be in. It looks like he's got another Elsa in hand. He's going to ink the third guidebook there, questing out to a total of 13, and then he hits the Raging Storm saying, no, I'm not letting your board get too wide. Of course, Jordan's still top decking, so this is still advantage to Gareth right now. Scuttle comes down, very good card, 5/5 stat line, play 5 to get out. Board and quest for 2. Really nice, but when you are behind in the game, it certainly has less value. Genie coming out onto the field here, meaning that Gareth gets drawn an additional card. Now, evasives in this matchup can be a bit of a nightmare for Blurple. Of course, in the Amber Amethyst list, they have the ability to play Horseman Strikes and pop your evasive cards and draw. Because of this, a lot of the Blurple lists aren't playing as many evasives now, but how is Jordan going to be able to deal with the double Genie, which is now on the field? Horseman Strikes into Think Well and Palace Guard out, 1/4 stat line with Vanish. Looks like Jordan is... I don't think he's too happy with his options there. Card face down the field. He's going to spend out 5. 4, he gets the Tigger. It's going to be sending the Palace Guard back to hand. Quest for 2 and over to Gareth. Now, Gareth can go to a total of 17 already, meaning after this turn, he only needs 3 more to get it. Jordan is going to have to find something to deal with these evasives. Otherwise, Gareth immediately wins. But really nice to see there the library. This is going to stop him from questing. We exert the Tigger, and then it looks like we're sticking out Palace Guard, questing for a total of 4. Up to 17. I think this game may be in the bag for Gareth so far. Jordan's certainly struggling, not seeing what he needs, and it looks like that's going to be all, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 goes to Gareth. We have advantage Amber Amethyst. It is certainly going well for Amber Amethyst today, and this is one of the reasons why I pilot this deck so much at tournament. Take a look at my guide for this list, ladies and gentlemen. It performs phenomenally. It's really strong into a lot of matchups. It can be difficult into decks like Dogs. It really can. But Gareth's shown himself able to beat players on the caliber of Justice whilst playing Dogs. Certainly something which is going very, very well for him. A lot of experience so far on this deck and doing it justice, showing how strong these colours are in this current format. Obviously, we do not have long left of this format. We are soon going to be hitting Attack of the Vine. Only a couple of weeks left now before we hit pre-release. I hope you guys have pre-ordered your product because it is selling very, very quickly. The new set looks stunning, bringing cards in from Monsters Inc. and different IPs. We've got Up as well. I certainly cannot wait to get my hands on these products. But it leads me to question, what decks are still going to be strong once we hit rotation? This change in play, the game is going to completely reset. Only sets 9 onwards are going to be legal to play. Will we have a similar meta where Blurple, Amber Amethyst, and Dogs are all top tier decks? Or will the loss of cards like Genie and Elsa and Tramp 7, is that going to falter these decks and stop players from being able to pilot them with as much success? There's a lot of people talking that toys could be the new Dogs. It could be the direction to go in. It's very, very quick, but I don't know if you've kept up with the pre-releases. There is a lot of options going around of different style of cards, and it seems like we're going to be going into quite a quick meta. Potentially Control may not be the best direction for this set, but with cards like Raging Storm still going to be legal, I can't help but to think that Amber Amethyst is still going to be a massive, massive threat to the game, especially now that Tramp 7 is going to be out of rotation. Back into this game, we are ready for Game 2 here live in Grantham. Pendulum Store Champs here at Pendulum Gaming. One hell of a tournament, ladies and gentlemen. Strong turnout today. Of course, a buy on the line for the future Win a Case tournament. But not only this, the store has went above and beyond to try and get as many amazing prizes as possible for our star players who have turned up today. Pendulum always going above and beyond. A big shout out to Luke and Matt, the owners of the store. They make sure to really spend out. They give out troves. They give out booster boxes. The pricing is completely unmatched, and for a fantastic price of £15 for entry. Massive shout out to Pendulum for inviting us down today, but a massive shout out to these two players ready to get going. Jordan, of course, on the play here. Since he lost, we're going to be getting the same opening turn. Corner comes out onto the field. Gareth is going to be following on with Louisa Magico, 1 cost, 0-3 stat line with Challenger 2. So able to wipe Fauna off the board straight away without having to worry about being taken out. Cheshire Cat going to be going down into the Tipo onto the field as well. I do like seeing Tipo over Celia's right matchup. Mainly because it's more characters on the board, so you can start to quest, get as many lore in as possible before we get to that Rage and Storm turn. Ohanamin's family goes into the Inkwell there, effectively has the same effect of Rapunzel from a few sets ago. When you play it down, you get to heal the damage on one of your chosen characters, and you get to draw the amount of damage that is healed. We have a very similar start here from Jordan. It didn't work out from last time, but maybe he'll have a bit of better luck and try and find some draw cards with Mayweather coming down onto the field. Guidebook goes into the Inkwell, and Dale is out straight away, but it looks like we're going to be passing over. Gareth not risking to have any of his cards taken out, because of the support ability from Fauna and also Merryweather, a very big stat line. Now, we need to remember we can't utilize the cards like Cheshire Cat and Bell here on the Merryweather because it has Ward. Hades looking for a deal here, coming down the exact same start that we had. Gareth, of course, not going to be getting rid of that Dale. 2 cards into the hand of Jordan. We're seeing him sit there with the Horseman Strikes, but it looks like we have an Elsa in hand. I think that'll be a phenomenal play. Horseman Strikes going into the Inkwell, not seeing as many evasives in Jordan's deck. And are we going to be getting out the Elsa? Do we have enough? I think we do because the Willow. Elsa comes down. We exert Hades looking for a deal. Of course, Merryweather cannot be targeted. And Elsa being a 5/5 for the challenge is going to take that straight off the field. Lovely start. Board state is getting a little bit wider here. Both of these players expecting quite a few stalemates in this matchup, where they're expecting their opponents and player not to do too much. You have to be patient and you have to be careful. One of the big things is playing around Cheshire Cat and Bell. Of course, though, one of the things you need to be aware of, the Blurple deck having a lot of cards with Ward in there, meaning that Gareth is not going to be able to use that control the board. He's probably going to have to rely a little bit heavier on getting the Raging Storm out. But at this point, it is even. We have a total of 4 cards on the board for Gareth and a total of 3 cards here for Jordan. Jordan, of course, going to want to get up to his Hades turns to be able to get rid of this Dale, maybe force it into exertion with an Elsa. We're going to be in Kinsale as right. Demona comes down onto the. This is a very strong play for Jordan, exerting every card on Gareth's field. Both players draw up to a total of 3. Looks like neither player was drawing there, but the main thing is we've been able to exert these cards. Merryweather is going to get rid of the Dale, making Gareth's board state a lot less threatening. Fauna is going to give the support to Tipo. Tipo can either take out the Louisa Madrigal or the Willow, but I think it has to be Willow. Stop those bigger cards from coming down. Jordan thinking carefully, but he does go for the Louisa. He does not value the Willow as much. That is interesting. Of course, though, he would be able to use the Cheshire Cat to manipulate that damage across, take it out easier, the Grandmother Willow easier than the Louisa Madrigal. We do have the Bell in hand, so he's going to be able to move that, play some damage counts across if he chooses to, but of course we can't do it onto Merryweather. I think realistically he's going to want to sack the Grandmother Willow into Merryweather. We're going to be getting Library down on the field. We're going to be moving Grandmother Willow in, and we take out the Merryweather. I mean, Gareth gets to draw a card. A smart line. I didn't quite see it, but Gareth was able to. Mowgli goes into the Inkwell, and then we're going to move Elsa into the Library. And then I think realistically, you just quest, but maybe he wants to get rid of the Tipo, and he decides to do so. If Jordan is able to get an Elsa on this turn, it means Gareth is once again going to be drawing. This is the big benefit of playing cards like the Library, keeping that draw cycle going and making your opponent constantly work to make sure they have every answer needed. Gareth just re-exerting the fauna there for Jordan. We have a total of 6 ink altogether. Hades could be coming down this turn. Get rid of the Elsa. Stop the effective draw from the Library. We are running a little bit low on hands from Gareth. So Gareth is probably going to be hoping that Jordan is going to run in there with an evasive himself and give him a little bit of card draw. Looks like we're going to be separating the ink there. I don't think it's 5 that he's going for, so I don't think he has the Elsa. Is he going to go for something a little bit lower cost? If he spams his board out too wide here, of course, it is risking himself later for this Raging Storm turn. So we need to be careful not to overcommit here. But Jordan, a master of the game. Interesting, we get down a Casa Madrigal. Now, Gareth going to be having a little bit of a read here. This card is mental. It has the ability that when a card is there, you get to remove damage from it when it quests. That is so strong. But not only that, it gains 2 lore, completely outvaluing the Library. We're going to stick a load of damage into the Library there. We're going to gain in 1 lore from Gareth. But now Gareth is going to have to do some work to try and get this large location off the field. If he commits into a Raging Storm, that Casa Madrigal is just going to stay there, gaining. A Dale in his hand would be really nice now, but even a Dale is not going to take it out straight away this turn. And if Jordan is able to hit down a Hades, wipe the cards off the board, Gareth is going to be in a lot of trouble. Jordan's shown a far stronger performance this game, really working well. But of course, Gareth is going to need to worry about the Demona as well. He may want to consider trying to exert the Demona, getting cards into Jordan's hand, but we do have the guidebook on the field for Jordan. He, of course, is going to be waiting this, holding on till we get the turn of Raging Storm, meaning that Jordan can keep drawing, give himself more answers. Looks like we are going to be playing down the Bell. We get rid of the fauna there, get rid of the small 1 cost, taking the damage off Elsa, protecting her a little bit. A smart play, but if it's a Hades, that is going to be a pain. We're going to do 2 damage into Casa Madrigal, and I think that's all he can do. Having to think, he inks the Madam Mim very strong card in this build, especially with Dale on the field making a 7-7, and Bell goes into the location and we're pass and turn. 2 lore gain for Jordan on the Casa Madrigal. Now, Jordan is, of course, going to have to take out both these characters this turn, or at least one of them. If he does not do that, it means Casa Madrigal is going to get wiped. We're going to be popping 1, drawing 2 cards. Does he have enough to get out of Hades? He's got 6 things still remaining. Another card, play it down if he so chooses to. Does he have the Hades? That will be extremely strong. Now, Gareth just re-exerting the Bell there. Didn't quest that turn. Obviously, a little bit of confusion as it moved in, but no additional lore was gained, so no fault gameplay there. I feel like if Jordan had the Hades, he'd probably be getting rid of it just now. Looks like Damona's going to be going in, takes out the library. No more card draw for Gareth. Smart play. And then, what do we play out for his turn? There's nothing like Horseman Strikes in here, so we can't just pop the evasive. Maybe into the unknown, could get Elsa the Inkwell, but I don't like the play too much. What does Jordan decide to do? I feel like Hades really is the strongest play. We want to protect this location, especially coming into that Raging Storm turn, taking as much time as we need here, focusing carefully on play, making sure not to make the wrong decision. As much as we are at an early point of lore in this game, this turn is essential to think, right, we get Scuttle out onto the board, ward characters, so it's not going to be going anywhere. Dumbo into the Inkwell, valuing it as too slow for the matchup, obviously does not want to lose the evasive, and we're going to be pass and turn. Unfortunately, it looks like Gareth is going to be able to take out the Casa Madrigal straight away here. Jordan obviously aware of that, but we do have the evasive Horseman Strikes in hand. I'm a little bit unsure about him getting it into his ink straight away, but he's decided to go for the guidebook, get the additional card draw, work out the best option before sacking it off. Of course, we've not seen any evasives from Jordan yet, but that doesn't mean he doesn't have them. We need to be careful not to overcommit here. Get rid of our evasive removal. Looks like we still have a total of 3 cards in the Inkwell. We're going to be taking out Casa Madrigal. The big location is gone. Gareth can start to stabilize here. He's going to be inking the Palace Guard, and then we play out Madam 3-7 stat line. This is a strong card to get down. If he's able to follow this up with Dale, he is going to be able to wipe out that Demona straight away. But perhaps is it a little bit of mind games? Are we in a position here where Jordan is thinking, does he have it? Does he have the tool to be able to get rid of my Demona? A risky position. I always recommend thinking about the psychology of the game, what your opponent is going to think about off your turn. What are they expecting to be a counter? We've got Bethany in the chat here, asked what game we're at in the first game, ladies and gentlemen. This is the first match of this tournament at Pendulum today. We have plenty more games coming for you. This is going to be a thriller. It looks like Jordan is on a large mass of ink here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 ink already. Quite a large amount. But once again, he can't overcommit because of the Raging Storm in Gareth's decks. He's going to need to be so careful of this. Interestingly, though, Jordan is an Amber Amethyst player himself. He played Amber Amethyst at the Leicester CCQ, making day 2. Elsa is coming down onto the field. We're going to be exerting the Madam Mim Elephant, and it looks like we're going to be taking that out straight away. 3 damage onto Demona, 3 damage onto Scuttle, but we're not going to have enough to be able to get rid of the Elsa this turn. So I think we're just going to keep it non-exerted and pass there, but it looks like he may have additional play in hand. If this is a guidebook, this is going to be a really nice turn for him. Palace Guard goes out onto the field, perhaps trying to bait him into hitting that Raging Storm. But the question is, does Gareth have enough ink? Now, he has been counting his ink every single turn. A bit of a tell that he potentially has it. Going to be ink in the Mowgli. Raging Storm comes out onto the field. Board wipe already. A massive, massive reset. Hitting the panic button there. Not letting Jordan develop his board too much. But the question is, how many cards does he have in his hand? Not a lot. He's had to play out a Tipo. Not a great turn for him. This is not what Jordan is going to be looking for. Gareth needs to try and take advantage straight away here. Keep the pressure on, and we get the library down and Bell onto the field. We are inking Horseman Strikes and then pass and turn. This is exactly what Gareth wants to see. Sticking down the library on basically an empty board state puts so much pressure on your opponent. Cusco is going to be coming down. That is going to be sticking the library straight into the Inkwell. Excellent bit of tech here from Jordan. Cusco has the additional ability that you can pay for to give your characters resist for this turn. Most decks not very strong, but we did see it piloted quite a lot in the Ruby Sapphire decks of old because of the higher ink counts. This, of course, is why it is in the build of Blurple. But, of course, lucky to get that at the right time for the library, but we do not have a very wide board state at all. Jordan is still under quite a lot of pressure. With Dale out onto the field, Genie is now a 4-4, Bell remains a 4-4, and Dale is a 4-4 as well. Gareth's board state looking very powerful, but Jordan, of course, on a total of 5, slightly higher. He's going to want to hit some removal. to be getting rid of this genie straight away. He does not want that to stick around. Not a lot of evasive answers for Blurple right now. The pressure is starting to pile for Jordan. He's going to need to work to get in control of this game. He cannot afford to let Gareth start to run away this early on. There is still a lot to go, ladies and gentlemen. But if Gareth is able to start questing heavily here, get some more evasives, Jordan is potentially going to be extremely stuck. Not a lot of cards for him. He's going to be desperate to see that card draw. Looks like only one card, 2 cards in hand. We get the Merryweather and we get the Dumbo. Not bad here. Dumbo is going to be able to start drawing and gaining lore each and every single turn. However, Genie is going to be able to one-shot it straight away because Dale is on the field. It looks like we've only got 1 card for Gareth as well. Both players struggling. However, we hit down Hades for a deal. Jordan says, nah, you're not drawing, mate. That's going straight to the bottom of the deck. Not happening today. Genie, a 4-4 stat line, taking out the Cusco in 1 because of Dale's ability. Both players top decking, but a certainly better board state for Gareth. We're at 5-2 here. Gareth winning the first game. Jordan on the play here, was on the play in the first game, did not get a positive result, but did not see a lot of draw. Jordan's done a lot better in this game, but it feels like the gas is just quickly running out. Gareth going to once again have another count of his Inkwell, see what he can deploy here. Is this a big card? Another Genie come down on the field. This is exactly what you see. And then another Dale. If one Dale goes, we are getting another Dale straight back out. This is very, very difficult for Jordan to deal with. We are on a total of 7. On the following turn, we are going to be able to go 2, 4, 6, 7, going all the way up to 14. Jordan had to challenge in there with the Merryweather, but we get a Hades. Infernal Schemer down onto the field. 1 card goes into the Inkwell. A nice top deck for Jordan, but I just do not think it is enough to get rid of more of these evasives. He's elected there to get rid of the other Dale, which surprises me because Genie is going to be harder for him to remove. And then Demona comes down onto the field. A fantastic deck for Gareth. But he has just given resources to the Blurple player. And then on top of it, we are going to be hitting down a Harder Means family. We get even more draw for the Amber Amethyst player. And we get the all-important Cheshire Cat there. Straight into the Inkwell. Stick out the Palace Guard. And then on top of it, Christopher Robin. Board state is wide. We are going to a total of 12 here. The following turn, Gareth can quest for a total of 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We have game state on the board for Gareth. If Jordan is not able to do the evasives, he has the Hades in hand. He can get rid of one of the Genies. He can get rid of Hades looking for a deal. But that is still a total of 2, 4, 6, 7 lore altogether. Gareth can get to 19. And Jordan is going to have to commit to challenging. This is a very, very tricky position. Is there a way out for this poor Blurple? I don't know if there is. But if anyone can find a way, it is definitely Jordan. Jordan fighting for his life here. Just stay in this game. In the first match, ladies and gentlemen. This is crazy for a first game on stream, but I love to see it. 2 titans of players working, grafting, absolutely destroying the field here. Phenomenal performance from all, but I think Gareth is potentially going to be able to take it. Gareth certainly with the advantage. Jordan taking his time, trying to work for any single ounce. If he does play down the Hades to get rid of Genie, that means he is committing all his ink this turn. He's not going to be able to get any counter. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. We have a 2-0 for Gareth. What a humongous start. Amber Amethyst doing what it does best. A phenomenal turn for the Amber Amethyst player. Once again, utilizing a variant of my list, which I love to see. Gareth has piloted this so well today, and it is certainly an impressive feat, taking down a strong player of Jordan's ability. Big congratulations to both players. This was an excellent start. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you stick with us. We have plenty of rounds of Lorcana today. We are going to be back very, very soon with our next game coming up. We're, of course, going to have a little bit of a break going into the next round. I'm going to stick with you just for a little bit of extra time to walk through that game there. Amber Amethyst predominantly going to be utilising Willow as their ramp. There are a couple of versions of this deck which have been trying to go down the routes of Ham, going down the routes of Lantern, like Owlmeister for his build, but I just think it doesn't add to the game plan. More than anything, this is a tempo control build with back end of removal, like Raging Storm. You do not want to be overcommitting into these ramp cards because it can become very bricky very quickly, especially since Lantern is a non-inkable. We don't want to go too hard, make our hands difficult to play out. And also, if the removal is taken out too quickly, if the ramp is taken out too quickly, it puts you in a very difficult position. I like the style of this deck, being able to go wide with the board, quest out, put the pressure on, and then when your opponent starts catching up, hit down that big reset button and take the opponent out. Gareth has piloted this like an absolute master. Jordan, of course, on Blurple, we're going to be going for the more traditional ramp package, try to get the big removal characters like Hades out, utilizing cards like Let It Go, Into the Unknown, and even using cool locations like Casa Magical, like Jordan has a new location for this set. But unfortunately, it was not enough today. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go on a quick break. We are going to be right back with you soon for round 2. Stick along with me here today. Let me know what decks you are playing in Set Champs. If you're at a Set Champs today, let me know in the comments. We'll be right back. Welcome to CrawfordCana at Pendulum. CrawfordCana legends, welcome. In Grantham, we have game 2 ready and waiting for you on stream right now. We have the one, the only Gary against Sean Stallwood. Both of these players, tremendously strong players. Sean, of course, making day 2 for DLC Birmingham. Gaz, very accomplished himself, and a little bit of a biased matchup here. We have Team Pendulum versus Team Pendulum. Now, update's going to be coming soon on that in the channel. I, of course, I'm part of the Team Pendulum Pro team. We also have Gaz and Sean here as well as young Bradley, the man, the myth, the legend, the young boy who was able to beat the Titans like Zansied and Chu in the cross-continental clash. We also have Neil from Neil and Bradley. Very strong team with some very talented players. Can't wait to officially get talking to you guys about that very soon. But more importantly, today we are ready and waiting for our round 2 event at the Pendulum Store Champs here in Grantham. A winner case on the line, a winner case buy on the line for a future tournament coming up 1st of August. Make sure you save the date. That is going to be held at Angle Entertainment in Peterborough. Once again, Pendulum and Angle collabing for that winner case event. We do have our Angle champion, Chris, here today, live in the building. He was able to take his round match. He is, in fact, on his signature deck today that we saw on the last stream. He went to time, but he was able to take it with some phenomenally well thought out turns, making it just the way through in time to take that final win. A very strong start for Chris. Hopefully we can see him on the stream later. We also have Ben from Ravensburger here today. Great to see the Ravensburger team out seeing the stores, seeing what's going on in the local areas and checking out the community. Big shout out goes to Ben and Ravensburger Global as well. Love to have you here. But ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we are going to be having a very similar match to what we saw in game 1. Of course, we had the wonderful, the only Gary playing on our Amber Amethyst build, and then we also had Jordan playing on Blurple. But this time, we've got the same match with 2 different players. Now, these players know Gary very well. I don't think they would have taken the same list as him. They are very creative. They make very unique decks. I think they've gone for something special here, but it looks like we're going to be inking and then playing out a Will-o'-the-Wisp here, and I love to see the promo version of that card straight onto the field. Now, we're going to be inking Royal Guard on the other side of the field, playing out Rafiki. We got a lot of purple in this matchup, ladies and gentlemen, and then we're going to be passing turn. The question is, are we going to be seeing the important ramp to begin with to get this game rocking? We've got Library into the Inkwell, 2 coming out, and then we get Grandmother Willow. We've got the ideal start for our Amber Amethyst. This is exactly what Sean is wanting to see. Quest for 1 with the Will-o'-the-Wisp. Now, this Will-o'-the-Wisp card is absolutely mental and quite a pain to deal with, and it's a reason why I play it in a lot of my decks. This card is a 0-3 stat line, 1 cost to come out, and when it is banished in a challenge, it goes back to your hand, meaning it keeps returning. If you're running out of ink, utilize that Will-o'-the-Wisp. If you want to keep spamming it onto the board, you can do that. Your opponent needs to waste hard removal on this card to be able to get rid of it, and that is something you very much want them to do with a 1 cost. So Gaz is going to be inking his Tipo here, sticking out Sail the Azrael. Additional card, we get looks like an Isis Vanderchill in the hand. This is going to be a strong card in this matchup. Sail is going into the Inkwell, and then we're going to be passing turn. Only got the Rafiki on the board there. Now, interesting that he didn't challenge into the Will-o'-the-Wisp. 1, it's going to go back into the hand anyway, but 2, Louisa Madrigal is going to be able to wipe that off the board immediately because of her challenger ability. Because the effect of Grandmother Willow, we have got a Genie straight out onto the board, and this is exactly what we are going to be wanting to do here for Sean. Get the evasives out, make it really difficult for the Blurple player to deal with, especially with Sean being on the play here. I think Gaz is going to have to really work hard in this game to have a chance, but Taumatoa going into the Inkwell, a great way to be able to bring items back into your hand. Isis Vanderchill is going to be getting the Grandmother Willow exerted, and then we're going to challenge him with that Rafiki. Well held by Gaz there, getting rid of the ramp card for the Amber Amethyst player, but they've got their Genie out. They are more than happy to start slowing down now, and worst case scenario, potentially build up to that Raging Storm turn. Now, looking like a very similar build to Gary here from the previous game. Wondering if he's taken a look at my list. That's, of course, done really well. You guys have been smashing that with support. Make sure that you get subscribed to the channel. We're sticking out regular deck guys, helping you all to get the win at your set championship, building you up to take the next win at your tournaments. It's great to have you in the CrawfordCana community, and it's great to have you here live with in Pendulum. Whiteboard state here for Sean. Really get him to make the Blurple player work for it. We've got a Will-o'-the-Wisp on the field, Louisa Magical, Genie, and then it looks like we've got another card in the corner there. It's a Dumbo. Now, Dumbo, of course, really strong for the evasives here, meaning that every turn he is going to be able to gain a lore and draw with each evasive card on the field. Dumbo doing it not just for itself, but also the other evasives. Gonna be sticking a Let It Go into the Inkwell, and Hades, looking for a deal, comes out to the field. Will he take the deal? Sean says no, not today, Gaz. Gaz is going to get to draw the 2 extra cards, but I can't help to think Gaz is potentially going to be quite happy with that, keeping the draw constantly going for him. Now, Isis, of course, is going to be going into the Will-o'-the-Wisp there. That is going straight back into Sean's hand, meaning he doesn't have to get rid of it. This is the negative of playing against the Will-o'-the-Wisp. It just keeps recycling. Sean now coming up to his 5th ink turn. He could play down a Elsa if he wanted to here. Elsa and maybe Louisa Madrigal take out the Hades, but I think he's going to be utilising the gain law draw effect of Dumbo, which he does go for. Keep that hand filled out, get as many resources as you can. That is the smart play from Sean here, not rush in to take out a board state, which he doesn't need to. Genie is looking like it's going to be exerting gain law as well. Elected to not go for the standard quest with Genie, valuing cards in the hand more than any other option. My mistake. It's just had a comment there from Lorcana. Gaz is the Amber Amethyst and Sean is the Blurple player. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just going off a monitor. It is reflected. You're seeing on your screen here. So my bad there. But it still stands. We've got the same decks going, but I do apologize for the mistake. So Dumbo, Genie, Louisa Madrigal, and then Will-o'-the-Wisp on the field going up against Isis and Hades. Going to be drawn for turn here. 5 ink ready and available on the field. Going to be inking up, going to our 6th ink turn here. Now, Elsa is going to be coming down on the field. We're going to be exerting the Louisa Madrigal. I think Ice is potentially going to want to go into that. We've not got enough damage to be able to deal with the evasives to take out with the Dumbo. Thanks for the support. As always, Lorcana, can't do it without you. I'm going to make loads of terrible commentary errors here today, ladies and gentlemen, so bear with me. We're working for it, but at least I keep it entertaining. Now, back into the matchup. We are going to be working hard to be able to get to that Raging Storm, but definitely no point needing that anywhere near yet. We have Elsa, Hades, and Isis Van to chill on the field. Nothing too threatening. And once again, we do not have evasive characters apart from the Elsa to be able to take out the Genie and the Dumbo. I can't help but to think potentially Cheshire Cat, or maybe, if they're running it, have the Bell Accomplished Mystic coming down to get rid of this Dumbo here could be really, really useful. Manipulate that damage around. Of course, we could have the Elsa go into the Dumbo, then manipulate that straight in. But Horseman Strikes comes down on the field, popping Elsa straight away. One of the big advantages of these decks, being able to get rid of any evasive characters as and when you choose to do so. Really is beneficial to stop people be able to play evasives with you, but you can play quite a lot of mind games with this card as well. Quite often what I like to do is wait till I have 2 of them in my hand, I ink one of the Horseman Strikes, and then they play out their evasive card, take it out with the second one, forcing them to go in the direction that you want. We're going to be questionable Will-o'-the-Wisp there, going up to a total of 8. 8-0 deficit. Amber Amethyst winning quite comfortably so far. Blurple going to be looking for something like a Hades here to be able to get rid of these evasive threats. We're not going to be able to do anything now that we've lost the Elsa. Guidebook is coming down. Going to be getting the additional card draw. 3 cards exerted straight away. 2 to play it, 1 to get the additional effect. Cheshire Cat comes down onto the field. Now, the good benefit here for the Amber Amethyst player, Will-o'-the-Wisp is not going to deal any damage back to them. So if Will-o'-the-Wisp is taken out, it just means that Cat gets no value whatsoever. We quest for 1 with the Isis Van to chill, then we're going to be passing turn. We can gain a total of 4 lore here for the Amber Amethyst player. Obviously, no quick gain lore cards like White Rose or potentially Giant Cobra. Giant Cobra definitely not, because it's a purple steel card, but no instant lore gain cards for this deck, which is a shame. So they're not going to be getting too much lore too quickly, but enough of an advantage so far that they don't really need to worry about it. Start the turn off here by getting the additional information, exert Dumbo, gain a lore draw, going up to a total of 9. Very quickly starting to run away with this game here. The question is, are they going to get the additional information with Genie, draw an additional card, or will they just straight up quest? They're going to be exerting the Genie there. They do decide to gain the single lore and draw. I think at this point, with a slowly filling hand, it probably would be more useful to put more pressure on and go up to the total of 11 with the Genie. We want to start putting the pressure on, make the Blurple player really, really work for it. But we also have Grandmother Willow coming down onto the field. Next card is going to be 1 cost less. Demona goes into the Inkwell, can spend out 4 for a 4-cost character. Looks like we're exerting all. And what do we go for? We get another Dumbo on the field. This is going really, really well for Amber at the minute. Blurple can just not find the answers to be able to get rid of these heavy hitters on the board. That's 3 evasives, a total of 4 lore every turn if a Hades does not come down to get rid of them. And then, of course, we've got the Wisp, which is recycle itself, and the Grandmother Willow to make life a lot easier for yourself. Now, if an Elsa is able to come down here, we're going to be able to get rid of that Willow, perhaps, or we could run the Elsa into one of the evasives, then use Cat to an advantage. So a card that the Amber Amethyst player is not going to want to see come down onto the field. But having a wide board state is always going to give you such an advantage. Dumbo going down into the Inkwell there, and then we're sticking out Elsa. Okay, a very nice play. A very big card from the original sets. Exerts 2 and freezes them, stops them from being able to ready following turns. Looks like we have stopped the Dumbos from being able to ready. But because they're on the field, the other genie is still going to be able to use that effect there. It is a big quester, but it's very expensive to get out. Predominantly, you want to be seeing that on the shift. Now, Elsa used to be very popular in the Blurple decks. JDR was a pioneer for bringing this in, but it started to fall out of popularity when we started getting more and more Uninkables. Definitely back in the day of Merlin Rabbit, we saw this way more prominently. Going to be spending out here, get the Dale onto the field. These cards starting to look a lot bigger now. Still have quite a lot of ink. 4 ink still available, 3 spent to be able to get the Dale out because the Grandmother Willow effect. Mowgli going into the Inkwell. We're going to be spending out, and we go down with an Elsa. We're going to be exerting the Cheshire Cat. The right play here, Elsa, a 5/5 stat line now. That can sack into anything that it wants, but I think Cheshire Cat is the main priority to be able to get rid of to start protecting these evasive characters more. Elsa is going to be going in, takes out the cat, 3 damage going back onto the Elsa. Isis Vanderchill still on the field with a big stat line and also the big Elsa, but not too much for worry when we're on so much higher of a lore total. Genie is going to be questing there, not exerting to gain the lore and draw, going up to a total of 30. We quest again with the Grandmother Willow. Don't mind if a character challenges into that. 14-1 deficit. This is looking very strong for Amber Amethyst. I have to say, though, 2 games back-to-back, we've seen Amber Amethyst absolutely dominating. Is there any way that Blurple is able to stand up and fight against this challenging deck? I'm not too sure it can. We saw more ward cards rather than the evasive build that we've seen in this game in the previous matchup, but it looks like the ward build was faring a tiny bit better just because it didn't have to deal with the Horseman Strikes. Hades Infernal Schemer comes down onto the field, going to be sticking an additional card into the Inkwell, and then we are going to be singing Let It Go. Another card goes in. Isis Vanderchill takes out the Grandmother Willow. Not a bad start here. We've got rid of both the Dumbos, so there's not going to be any additional draw. Amber Amethyst here. We have 2 cards remaining in the Blurple player's hand. 3 cards on the field for the Amber Amethyst player. They can get a total of 5 lore this turn, taking them to 19. I think Quest now is the right thing to do, and then just layering the board out with more options, making it more difficult. That's what they do. Going to be questing all the way to 19 here. Only 1 lore needed to take this first set. For anyone that's just joined us today, welcome to CrawfordCana live here at Pendulum. Are we going to be scooping here? It looks like we're going to be. No. Are we still going? It looks like they've just cleared the board state. We're going to be getting a Will-o'-the-Wisp coming out onto the field. And then it looks like we're passing. 1 single card there is to the singular bit of removal. We've had to use a Demona to exert it, but they're going to need something to be able to challenge it. And Elsa's not going to be able to do it on the rush. I don't think there's any answer here for Blurple. It looks like it's going to be game for the first set, and Amber Amethyst takes it. Fantastic start for Amber Amethyst. Looks like we've only got 2 of them in the tournament altogether, but they are showing exactly how well this deck can perform. Love to see it. Blurple player worked extremely hard there, try to stay in the game, but you have to admit a 20-4 performance is a dominant start. Is it going to be any different on the draw? Sorry, on the play here for Blurple? Really going to have to try and work hard to get the advantage. We've seen that Amber Amethyst, when they get that Willow out, they really get the wide board. They're able to quest quickly, gain as much lore as possible, really meaning that the Blurple player is constantly chasing the whole game. And that really is what you want to do this deck, ladies and gentlemen. You do the racing, let them do the chasing. Of course, the deck does have its issues. It struggles into decks like green-blue. It struggles against dogs, and it can be a hard matchup playing against Ruby Sapphire. Ruby Sapphire, a bit of a new deck on the market for this set, completely different to the Shark builds that we saw of old, completely different to the item builds that we saw. They are utilizing cards like Firefly Sword. They're using cards like the Great Horseman, popping down. We have Grab Your Bow. They are removing cards with low strength. And unfortunately, in the Amber Amethyst deck, there is a lot of low strength characters, meaning they get popped very quickly. And losing your board state, letting them get the advantage is the last thing that you want to be able to do. Of course, Maui Shark, a big evasive character and hard to combat against if you do not find your Horseman strikes, but it is essential that you hold on for it for this Maui Shark. They're going to be utilizing cards like Olaf to minus your lore, cards like Pirate's Life to boost you up. So something definitely very threatening to the Amber Amethyst player. And of course, we do have Ruby Sapphire in this tournament today. So it leads me to question, if they run into it, if they have to go against this Ruby Sapphire deck, are they going to be able to stand up to it? I believe we have a single Dogs deck in the tournament. I believe we have a single green-blue deck in the tournament. And then we have a nice wide open meta. We've got Purple Steel. We've got Ruby Amethyst Supers. There is plenty of decks here. And we're going to get a nice wide mix for you, ladies and gentlemen. This is one that you want to stick around for. Both players here shuffling up their cards. We are going to be getting ready and started into the second set of Game 2 live here at Pendulum in Grantham. This one is exciting. Amber Amethyst versus Blurple. Blurple really having to be the control deck in this matchup here, just trying to stick along, hold on for their life, and try their best to get through to the end. Of course, the fear of Rage and Storm hitting down, though, can be absolutely debilitating. Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we are ready to start here. We are going to have Blurple on the play for this set. Going first. We're going to be inking the Let It Go. No one cost here, and we're going to be passing. Now, some of you might be thinking, is this good? It's not always great to miss your one cost turn, but it does not matter as much with the Blurple deck. A lot of the time, it's better to save off and use it for ink later in the game when you're not having to gain lore quickly. Blurple really has to be the control deck in this matchup. But the ideal start here for Amber Amethyst, getting Will-O-the-Wisp down onto the field. Will-O-the-Wisp going to be back into your hand every time it's challenged and banished. It does not go to the discard. It has hard removal to get rid of it. Going to be inking out Junior Woodchuck Guidebook. Tipo goes down on the field. Surprise inkable card goes into the inkwell. But that's the thing with Tipo. Unlike Sail, it does not have to be inkable. It can be anything. You do not need to give your opponent that information. But with Sail, you do have to show them. But with Sail, at least, you can use it on that turn. He's got the ideal start for him. Got out the Grandmother Willow, and he's got down another Will-O-the-Wisp. This is exactly how Amber Amethyst wants to operate. 3 cards already on turn 2. And 2 of these cards are constantly going to be going back to the hand. We have Merryweather coming straight out onto the field here. Ward 4/5 stat line. It is a 4-cost payout. This is a very good counter to this deck. But all it's going to be able to challenge into is the Will-O-the-Wisp. Genie comes out onto the field, going to make it very hard for the Blurple player to deal with. Quest for 2, going up to 3 altogether. This is looking like a very solid start. Can Blurple keep themselves in this game? Can they fight for their life to try and get themselves to the finish line? I don't know if they can, but if there's anyone who can keep themselves in this game, it's these players. Now, with our turn 4, 5 ink altogether for Blurple, they could be going for something like an Elsa, try to get rid of the Grandmother Willow on the field. They could be going for something like a Cheshire Cat, but that's not great to begin with. Get Hades looking for a deal, targeting the Genie there. Now, the question is, do they get rid of it? I don't think they do, because that is the only on the field. Blurple does not have a way to deal with this. It does mean that the Blurple player is going to be drawing, but I think you have to let them have that draw. And they've decided so. Go ahead, have the draw, do what you like with it. No deal today. Merryweather coming in, taking out one of the Will-O-the-Wisp. Going to be straight back into the hand here for our Amber Amethyst player. And then we're going to be passing turn. 3-0 deficit. We have a total of 3 ink on board for our Amber Am player. Going to be inking this turn. Sticks Dale into the inkwell. Spend out 3 because of Willow's effect for the Dumbo. And then we immediately exert gain a lore draw, utilizing Genie with the additional effect from Dumbo, questing again up to 5, going exactly the way that we want to see it for Amber Am. Board state for Blurple, looking a little bit better this time. Hades looking for a deal, and Merryweather able to take out at least some of these characters. Will-O-the-Wisp probably going to be sent back to hand this time, but once again, each time they do that, they're not questing. Going to be sticking out another looking for a deal here on the Dumbo. Once again, I don't think you want to be doing that. They say no deal is happening. The Blurple player is going to be drawing the additional 2 cards. The smart thing to do, but we're going to need to be careful here. Blurple has a lot of draw and a lot of options. Enchanted Demona into the inkwell, and then we're going to be spending out, putting a Rafiki onto the board. Demona does not have its merits right now because of all the cards in hand, but it could be useful to exert the field. But once again, what do you do when you don't have the evasive items? We've got Genie, we've got Dumbo, we've got Grandmother Willow, but Blurple, 5 characters on. If they can keep building this, it's going to be a long while before they're able to get to their Rage and Storm. They could get some quick lore in and really put themselves in contention to take over this match. It's a good comeback here so far. Plenty of options in hand. Genie comes out onto the field again. Once again, another evasive threat. A lot of players speak to me online. They drop me messages saying they really they really struggle with the Blurple matchup. And my best advice, if you struggle to deal with Blurple, is focus on the evasive war. Evasive threats are really hard to deal with, especially the greater lack of evasives which are being played in Blurple. It means they have to find their hard removal. Keep slamming down your evasives, make them work for it. But once again, like I said in the last match, ladies and gentlemen, be careful not to play into Cat. It can be really debilitating. But the benefit of this Amber Amethyst deck, at least, as much as we have lower status characters, we have very high willpower. They're going to stay on the field for a lot. It's going to take a lot to be able to get them off the field. One of the cards that I don't like seeing when I'm playing Amber Amethyst is Mrs. Incredible. It has the ability that it's able to get evasive at the start of your turn. You choose whether it gets evasive or an additional law. But a 5/6 stat line is absolutely huge and can take rid of most of the characters on your field. Sail the Azurite Sea, going to be hitting down on the field here. Another card drawn. Looks like we drew into another sail, another boat into hand. We get to ink an additional time this turn, and we get to draw an additional card if we play the other sail, but we don't. That's going into the ink well. Do we ink twice here? Try and get something bigger onto the field? I think we're going to realistically need to start questing, start putting the pressure back on Amber Amethyst, try and catch up with the lore total. This turn, we can gain a total of 5 lore, making it equal. Elsa going into the ink well, and then Demona comes down onto the field. We are going to be exerting every single card here. Looks like there was already 3 cards in hand for the Amber. They are not going to get to draw a well-timed Demona here. Very well played. We're going to be questing out, going to a total of 6 altogether. Not a bad start. Rafiki there, getting rid of the Willow on the field. 1 damage coming back. 2 Genies and a Dumbo on the field. Now the question is, are we going to still continue to quest here? Are we going to use Dumbo's effect to draw cards, or do we start trying to get rid of this board state? Because the Blurple player can get to quite a high lore total this turn. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lore available on board for the Blurple player. That can take them to 13. If no challenges are made, that will be game in 2 turns' time for our Blurple player. Amber Amethyst, they are able to get to a total of 12 this turn. If they play out another character, they could have game on board for the following turn, but I can't help but to think that a Hades is potentially going to be going down. We get another card coming onto the field there. Looks like it's a Dale. Our character's beefing up, getting the bigger stat lines now. They're going to be using their willpower as their strength modifier in challenges. So these Genies have very quickly become 4/4 stat lines, and we decide to get rid of the Hades on the field. That is 3 damage back on each. They could manipulate on following turns here by utilizing a Bell Accomplished Mystic, or if they go for something like the Cheshire Cat. Strong plays, but we are slowing down a little bit. Perhaps recognizing they're not going to be able to aggro out the game anymore. They just want to slow down the Blurple player enough. Hope that they overcommit on their resources, and then potentially they can use that Raging Storm to reset the board when the Blurple player is top decking. Dumbo also going for a challenge there, taking out the Rafiki on board. We exert another 2. We get both Will of the Wisps out onto the field. Love to see this coming down. Once again, the Blurple player is not going to want to have to focus on challenging into these Wisps, but every time they don't, that is 2 more lore going down onto the board. They cannot afford to be using their hard removal on these Wisps, so I reckon they're going to be sticking around for a while here. The other thing is making that constant check found to challenge, but Cheshire Cat comes down onto the field, able to boost itself, move 2 damage across, going to take 2 damage off on one of the Genies, take out the other Genie. This is a solid play from our Blurple player. Going to be starting to clear the board a little bit more here. Rafiki comes out on field as well. Still got 2 ink remaining. Are we going to ink an additional time this turn? No, we're going to be questing out though, going to a total of 10. The following turn, that will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The Blurple player can get 16 if no challenges are made. I would have to imagine that we are going to do some challenges here. Now, the good thing about Wisp, that is now a 3/3 stat line, and it's going to be coming back into the hand. So it might be smart to run the 2 Wisps into the Merryweather, the bigger card on the field. Hades looking for a deal, comes down, going to be targeting the Cheshire Cat. Will a deal be made? Will the Amber Amethyst get to draw? I think realistically you need to keep that Cheshire Cat on the field, but it's not great to let them have the additional resources, especially when your hand is starting to deplete so quickly. Looks like they are going to be getting rid of the cards here. They've turned it over straight onto the bottom of the deck. A deal has been taken. The handshake there from Hades. This is getting risky, ladies and gentlemen. We've sent both the Will-o'-the-Wisps into the Demona, taking out the big, massive 2-quester. A smart play there, but once again, they go back into the hand. Now, do we exert the Dumbo here, gain a lore draw, or are we going to be utilizing the Will to come back out onto the field? Hades looks like it's going to be challenging in, taking out the card there. I don't think they can do that. That's just been played this turn. That's been taken back to the players, just having another think about what way they want to approach this. Looks like they're going to be using Dumbo to exert. Gain a little draw here. Card goes into the hand. Still got another possible card to ink. They ink Louisa Magica and then play out Will-O-the-Wisp here. That card's going to be constantly cycling, coming back to the hand. Dale, I do not think they can risk exerting here. They want to keep as much damage available as possible for the characters. Make it worse for the Blurple player when they're challenging in. It looks like a Tipo they've got in hand, and I'm not sure if that's a one cost or an Elsa. Not particularly good for them. And Elsa is going to be useful to take out the Genie. Perhaps we could exert the Dale's already exerted. We could run Merryweather into the Dale, play down Elsa, take out the Genie. That would be strong, but Dumbo, of course, is still going to be gaining additional lore. Something they need to be very careful about. Elsa does come down on the field. We're going to be getting rid of Genie straight away. But they have not sequenced this very well. That's going to be 4 damage counters back on from the Genie because the effect looks like they are going to be taking out the Dale after all. But this is essential for you to do your turns in the right way. Otherwise, you are taking needless damage tokens. They've just rectified themselves out there. They've said they're going to take the challenge with the Merryweather first and then run in with the Elsa. Of course, Lorcana, with the new rule state, you are able to do takebacks as long as you are not rectifying the state of the game by getting additional views of drawn cards. 2 Tipos on the board there. We are looking like we're on 12 altogether. Can they afford to exert the Rafiki? They do decide to. Now we have a total of 3, 4, 5 lore available on the Blurple can get to 18. Our Amber Amphis player can get to a total of 13. I feel like it is sensible to get the additional draw in hand, but they may want to take out that Elsa straight away unless they have Horseman Strikes. But they do. Of course they have it. The evasive pop straight away. Elsa is gone. Amber Amphis, great with control. Lovely start of the turn there. Get to see the additional card draw. Now Dumbo can exert again, gain the additional draw. We are at a total of 7 ink. So realistically, we can start questing out. And if we need to, we can then hit that Raging Storm down, get rid of the board state. But right now, they want to continue questing, continue taking the advantage. Dumbo is going to be going into the Rafiki there. Will-O-the-Wisp is going to be taking out Tipo. Looks like Hades takes out the other one. Dale, of course, on the board, boosting up the strength of the characters. Really, really strong turn. Only one single character here left for the Blurple player. Going to ink the Miss is Incredible. And then we stick out another 1 cost, Will-O-the-Wisp, constantly recycling. We are getting so much use of this out this game, ladies and gentlemen. Got somebody in the comments there saying Sean just played the team. I think that's been exerted when it shouldn't have been potentially an early quest there. We'll have to have a chat with the players, rectifying that later in the game. I don't think at this point it is going to make too much of a difference, but we'll be passing that on to the judge team. We'll pass that on to the players as well so we can rectify this properly. Going to be getting the quest there for the Merryweather. We're spending out, playing the Demona, and all the cards. We are up to 14 for the Blurple player. We have a total of 5 cards on the board. Amber Amphis here. Quest now is going to take them all the way to 15. Not enough to take the game, but for the Blurple player, they can go to 16, 17, 18, 19. Still not enough for them. It is very tight so far. Is this a time where you start to consider utilizing the Raging Storm? Well, there's not a lot of card options in hand, but of course the Demona coming down has refilled that. So potentially, well, 2 cards extra onto the field. So this could be smart to hit the Raging Storm. Means you are left with less characters then. They can't take the game straight away. I assume that Blurple is going to be challenging in, stop them from getting too much. We're going to be spending 1, exert, gain a lore draw here, going to a total of 11 with the Dumbo. We don't have any other evasive characters. We're not going to get the additional draw effect yet. Now, we are going to be questing out with the Will-O-the-Wisp. No, we are going to use Will-O-the-Wisp to challenge in, coming back to the hand, taking out the Merryweather. Very smart play there. Because of Dale's ability, that is a 3-3 stat line. Hades and Will-O-the-Wisp going to quest now, along with the Dale as well. We are going up to a total of 15 altogether. 15 to 14. Looks like we're not going to be able to do too much. It's going to have to be Rafiki and Tipo going into the Dale to take it out. And then perhaps Demona going into the Hades. And it looks like Raging Storm. We're wiping the board altogether. Amber Amphis says no. You are not getting any more in this game. Advantage stays with Amber Amphis, but it depends what's out on the field for our Blurple player. We've got an Enchanted Bell, Accomplished Mystic coming field there. Truly beautiful artwork, able to quest for a total of 2 on the following turn. And we're going to be looking for a deal. They can't get rid of it. They need to keep it on the board. They need to keep their presence. But this means Amber Amphis is going to be drawing additional cards, becoming even more of a threat. Blurple is going to need to find some more answers quickly. It is really looking in favor for the Amber Amphis player. Could this be a 2-0 win? Will-O-the-Wisp coming out into the field, and then a Dumbo coming back down the field as well. We've got the additional Game is not on board for the next turn, but they do have the all-important aforementioned card draw. Let it go, and Basil comes out. Dumbo into the Inkwell. This is solid, going up 16 altogether. Blackpool can go to 19 on the following turn. It looks like Amber Amethyst can only go to a total of 17. This may be looking in the favour of our Blackpool player, ladies and gentlemen, but if we're in top decking mode, it's going to severely depend on what they can pull out. This is very, very close. Looks like we're going to be running into the bell, and then we're going to be challenged. No, we're going to exert there, going up to a total of 16 for the Hades, and then we're going to be hitting out the Raging Storm. I believe a very clever play. You saw exactly what they've done there by challenging. You bounce the Will-o'-the-Wisp back to your hand, protecting it. Raging Storm will send it straight to the discard. Now they're in a position where they can replay that Will-o'-the-Wisp on the following turn, or in fact, this turn currently we still have 3 ink available. 2, we get out Will-o'-the-Wisp and Louisa Madrigal. Can we get out any more cards? Looks like a no, but they can go for a total of 18 on the following turn, and Blurple is top deck, and they of course can exert with Isis effect, but it's not going to be able to challenge straight away. I think we're going to be questing straight away with these 2 cards, but we have more cards that we can play. 3 goes down for a guidebook pot, getting the additional card draw. Exactly what they wanted to be seen here. Can they get some powerful questers onto the field? Blythe will just have a little look at their discard, try to see what they've played, if there's anything they can draw into, but another Dumbo comes down. Blythe is going to have to rely on getting Hades, but another Dumbo comes out onto the field. I don't think there's anything they can do. It looks like it's going to be game here. We draw the additional card. It's a Dumbo themselves. Is that game? And it is. 2-0 altogether. What a fantastic start. An amazing game. Amber Amethyst, both matches we've had, first match and second match, going 2-0 against Blurple. Blurple used to be the most dominant deck in the whole game of Lorcana, but has not been able to stand up against the Amber Amethyst decks today. This is really showing how powerful it is. But of course, is it going to stay as strong when we hit that rotation? They're going to be losing Ginny. They're going to be losing Elsa. They lose a lot of powerful cards. But we, of course, can supplement it with cards like Isis, with cards like Tigger. I think it's going to stick around in the following set. Maybe not as good, but still an absolute heavy maker in Lorcana. Ladies and gentlemen, what a thriller. We have just had a 2-0 for Amber Amethyst. Congratulations to both our players, both on the Pendulum Pro team. Looking forward to discussing that with you later on. We still have plenty of rounds of Swiss here live at Pendulum Gaming Store Champs here in Grantham. A buy for the upcoming winner case is on the line here. Ladies and gentlemen, stick right with us. We will be right back with you soon for our Game 3 match. This tournament is one to win. £15 to enter, plenty of prizes on the line, and like I say, that winner case for the buy for the upcoming winner case on the 1st of August. Thanks for sticking with us, CrawfordCana Legends. We'll be right back very soon. Ladies, gentlemen, Illumineers and Carnal Legends, welcome back to CrawfordCana. We are here live today at Pendulum Gaming in the beautiful Grantham for the Pendulum Store Champs with a buy for the upcoming winner case on the line. We have the lovely Ben on stream with us against Ashley. Now, big shout out to Ben, obviously one of the Ravensburger staff, category sales manager for the UK. Pleasure to have him here down at the store. Pendulum, of course, been doing a lot of work with Ravensburger. Great support network there. Big shout out to the creators of this game. We love having you around. But we've seen that Ravensburger can create a good game. Are they able to play it as well? And this game is going to tell us exactly that. I'm very excited to see what decks we're going to be playing for this round, to see if Ben can smash it, get himself ever so nearer to that top 8 cut, putting on the pressure. Now, it looks like we are potentially going to be playing dogs here. This could be an interesting one, a very scary deck. And I think, if I'm correct, it is the Eleanor version of the dogs, the Royal Dogs. This is a very cool deck. Now, Eleanor, a very key card in this match. Effectively, Eleanor is a fast uninkable. She can be cheated out a little bit quicker by playing down your, which lets you play princess characters quicker when you quest. And if you have 3 exerted cards on the field, you are able to play her, deal 1 damage to each character, to a character on the board at the end of your turn, and then additionally draw a card and gain a lore as well. It is very, very exciting. A very fun tool for the deck. Keeps the draw going in dogs. It is uninkable, which is a bit of a nightmare, but being a bit of an aggro control deck, you can afford to have that higher count. We're going to be inking Rhino here, going for the Aurora straight onto the field. Looks like that's the epic version as well. Some lovely artwork here for Team Ravensburger. And on the other side, we are going to be inking the guard and playing out Louisa Madrigal. Looks like we've got some purple there. Let's hope the Amber Amethyst list, because this is going to really struggle in this matchup. Dogs is a huge counter for that powerhouse of a deck, but we've only seen the purple. Could be Blurple, could be Purple Steel, it could even be Ruby Amethyst. We've got a Ruby Amethyst Superheroes deck today, which was very exciting to watch. I very much enjoyed watching that at the end of round 1 after we came off the commentary. But for now, the Queen has gone to think, well, we get the Willow onto the field, and then we're going to be sticking out another Aurora. A very nice start here. We're not exerting, though. We're passing on. It looks like another Blurple list. Interesting to see Louisa in Blurple. Not seen that too often this set. We're going to be playing down a Tipo after inking a Tipo. 1 more card about to go into the Inkwell here. And we do not have to reveal it, so we pass turn. Now, if they're running Tigger in this deck, this could be really strong by sending the Grandmother Willow back to the hand. What Dogs is effectively trying to do, get to their big 7-cost tramp turn, search for the Under the Sea, sing that, wipe the board, then start quest out. They do additionally have very annoying tools in the deck, such as Emerald Gone. Now, it looks like we're going to be exerting here to spend out play a card. Willow's effect, the next card you play is 1 cost less. We're going to be singing Della's Moon Lullaby onto Louisa Madrigal. That's going to be -2 strength until the start of the next turn. And then, additionally, you get to draw a card. We're going to quest out with the 2 Auroras. With the effect here, that's -2 for... Oh my god, we've got it already. Princess or Queen card with the minus effect from Aurora. We get Eleanor down onto the field already with 2 ink. That is -3 this turn because of Willow and the double Aurora. 1 damage there going on to Louisa, but once again, she's not going to be able to challenge in and do any damage there. Tipo doesn't have enough on it either. This is a really strong start for the Dogs player. Ben showing he knows exactly what he's doing here. Team Ravensburger doing well, but Tigger comes down onto the field. The exact card I said that the Dogs player is not going to want to be seeing. Tipo is going to quest going to a total of 1, and I think they're going to be passing turn there. They need to try and preserve that Louisa to do a bit of damage on the turn. Now, we're not going to be able to get an Under the Sea out straight away. It's only taking 2 cards anyway, so not too much of a difference in this matchup. Aurora, and Eleanor on the board. Now, for Eleanor to be able to trigger, you need to have 3 exerted characters on the field. But the negative of this strategy means that you're leaving your characters vulnerable to be challenged into. The good news is you're getting the additional lore, you get to deal with the damage, and you'll get the draw as well. We're going to be spending out 2. We get the Grandmother Willow back onto the field. Next card coming is going to be 1 cost cheaper. Are we going to exert the Auroras? We're going to be inking the Queen here. We quest with both the Auroras. It's going to be -3 total, and we get another Eleanor down on the field. This is going as well as it can go for the Dogs player. Eleanor is in fact going to be taking out the Tipo there, and are we going to get the additional effects of Eleanor? We are going to deal the additional damage onto Louisa, meaning that if she challenges on turn. It is going to be gone. We've got 2 of them on the field, though, so that is 2 damage, which goes down. 2 lore gain from Eleanor and 2 cards drawn. This is looking fantastic for dogs so far. 7-1 deficit. Ben is playing this massively. Massive congratulations to him. Is there anything Blackpool can do to stay in this game? I'm not too sure there is. They are going to have to really work. They're on 5 in total, and Elsa could be nice to exert the other Eleanor, but they're not going to be able to take out both straight away. What is the best play here? I'm not too sure. If they go for something with Ward, it's going to be a nice beefy character, but they're not going to be challenging straight away. Tigger has to challenge on this turn, surely. Get rid of one of the Eleanors. Elsa is going to come down. We're going to exert Grandmother Willow here, and then Elsa is going to run in, take out the Grandmother Willow, stopping the cheaper cards from coming out there. Tigger is then going to go in, take out Eleanor, but we still have 3 cards on the board, meaning that Ben is going to be able to get that additional lore, get that additional damage counter, and get the additional draw here. We're going to be sticking out Bobby Zimmerowski, Spray Cheese Kid. When you play this character down, you get to draw a card and discard a card. We have the Lilo, Zombie Lilo, as the community calls her, straight into the discard there. Now, she can be played for the discard at the start of your turn, but key fact, it must be played before you draw. Tramp, Enterprise, and Dog could be going into the ink there, and then we play out Nani Stage Manager. We are going to be drawing additional cards. You get to search the next cards of your deck, bring a low-cost character, 2 cost or less, into your hand. I believe you do have to reveal it to the opponent. We take another Lilo. Fantastic aggro cards help get your lore total going. This deck is looking very, very strong. We have a total of 5 cards out on the board already. Blurple only has a single one. We're going to quest for a total of 3 up to 10. We can play out a princess or a queen cheaper if we have it. Looks like don't have it. Going to gain a lore and get the additional damage and get the additional draw because of Eleanor's effect. On the following turn, if Elsa is not able to take out a character, the Dogs player can go to a total of 16. If Elsa can take out 1, they're going to go to 15. We are at 5, so we're not even able to get a Hades down. Another Elsa is going to be needed. If they can perhaps take out the double Aurora, that could be useful, but the Dogs player is getting very quickly to their lore total here. Royal Dogs doing exactly what it's meant to do. Put in as much pressure as you can. The Blurple player definitely on the back foot. As you've seen, ladies and gentlemen, we have quite a lot of people on Blurple today. That is the 3rd match we've seen with Blurple, but Sven coming out onto the field. This is a rush evasive card, which gets challenger free when it's played, making it a 5-3 when challenging. That is not too bad. That is going to be able to take out the Eleanor, which is exactly what they needed to see, but it does mean that Sven is going to be gone straight away. Perhaps they run it into the... Oh my God. They go for the Aurora instead. They're not getting rid of the Eleanor, not valuing it as much. I'm not sure if that's the right play. As much as Sven is going to be going off the field, it does mean, to be fair to them, it does mean only 1 damage on Sven. So unless another Eleanor comes down, it's not going to lose the Sven straight away. 2 cards on the field means they can do more challenging. I reckon they've probably made the right play. I would have been too greedy there. Tried to get rid of the Eleanor, tried to get the additional draw stop, tried to get the additional damage ping stop, tried to get the additional... We have got the Queen coming down onto the field. Queen is not going to be able to utilize her effect too much here because she only gets the plus lore when your opponent has more lore than you do. When you play it, you give your opponent 2 lore, so a very risky card to play down, but it is going to be constantly questing, and it's a big stat line, something that Ben is going to want to be seeing. We're going to quest out of all 3 of them here, going up to a total of 14. 3 exerted cards does in fact mean that we get another damage ping, taking Elsa all to 4, and then we're going to get an additional lore and get to draw a card. Decent turn there for the Dogs player. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lore on board. It's not game yet, but we are going to lead to something special. Perhaps a cat could be really useful. Protect the Elsa a little bit more. Elsa comes down onto the field. We're going to be spending out 5 of our 6 ink there. We are going to exert, it looks like, potentially the Bobby Zimmerowski. Yeah, we exert the Bobby Zimmerowski. Now, what do they go into? Surely you have to take out the Eleanor here. All ink exerted there. 1 ink still remaining, it looks like. Sven is going to go in. We take out the Eleanor. Get rid of that. The additional lore grabbing. We can't let that stay on the field. Elsa goes into both Bobbies. And then we've lost an Elsa as well. Only 1 card still on the board for Blurple. But only 2 cards remaining for the Dogs player. The Blurple player, Ashley, is doing some solid work here at controlling the board. But he's only on 3 lore. Lilo is coming out from the discard here, able to be played straight away. It is going to come in exerted. This card is so good. When you have Emerald Chronicon out on the field, it can be really powerfully utilized. A very, very decent card to get. Ursula is going to be going into the... And another Eleanor is coming down. Absolutely mental. Ben has seen 3 of them so far. We're going to exert all. And now we get the additional lore as well. Dogs is absolutely thriving in this matchup. An absolute masterclass from Ben. Taking down one of the best decks in the format. Easy as pie. Hades comes down. We're going to be getting rid of the Eleanor, and then we're going to challenge in, take out the Lilo into the discard. It can be replayed. The Dogs player is only going to be able to go to 18 total this turn. They are not going to be able to win it straight away. They've got one single Eleanor left remaining in the deck, but even so, if they played it, they need the exerted card. If Lilo comes out, it still means that they can get the additional lore. The likelihood of seeing the 4th Eleanor, I'm not too sure if that is going to happen. Nani and the Queen on the field. If the Blurple player had a tiny bit more lore, if they were matching up to the Dogs player and had a little bit more, this Queen would be questing for so much more. But it's not to be. We're going to be exerting quite a few here. Are we going for a big card down at the Dog side? We get Lady, Miss Park Avenue. You are going to bring 2 cards back into your hand, and it's going to be the Bobby and the Lilo there. We still have ink remaining, so we can spend and pay out. We play down Bobby, draw a card. We're going to discard a card as well. We get the Lilo into the discard. This has been masterfully piloted here. Really strong from Ben. Oh my God, I don't believe it. We're going to play down the Hamster minus the strength of the Hades, then sing Under the Sea. All the cards going to the bottom of the deck for the Blurple player. Of course, you are going to be able to choose which order they go in, but at this point in the game, I don't think there's anything they can do, and they scoop up. Game 1 is won by Ben in a dominating fashion. This was absolutely crazy. Massive shout out to Ben from Ravensburger. He is absolutely smashing this deck. All the pressure on the Blurple player. Now, Ashley is going to be on the play here. It looks like he has potentially a better chance, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough. Ben saw the exact curve that he needed. Those Eleanors were absolutely really, really strong additions to the game, elevating the Dogs deck to the next level. We didn't see Eleanor played at the start of this set. It looked like people were going without her, but then when we started to move to the Infinity format, we started to have that additional change in decks. We started to use cards that we weren't expecting. We had the Queen added into the decks. We had the big Chernobog. Then, of course, we had the Eleanor as well. This has been taken, of course, into our core constructed format. Eleanor, a brand new card for this set. Really, really dominating performance here. It was a great addition to the deck. And if anything, I think that sealed the win for Ben in the first game. Love to see that. Is Ashley able to come back here? Is there anything deck he can utilize? If Willow's coming out straight away, it's going to put him on the back foot almost immediately. We do see the Willow in hand. Looks like we've got the Ursula as well. Perhaps something that's not likely to be played for the Dogs player here. Maybe a little bit of a slow start for Willow on turn 2. If Ben could go 1 cost Willow, 1 cost, that is an excellent start for him. I would like to see the 1 cost Lady coming out. That would be a great card. Obviously, when you play down 3 cards, it means it goes to 3 strength, meaning it quests for 3. It gets +1 strength for every card you play down on that turn. If you are 3 strength or more, you are questing for +2 lore, meaning you get 3 lore altogether, which is crazy for a 1 cost. You can then supplement that by shifting in the Lady Miss Park Avenue and then singing Under the Sea in a couple of turns' time to get that early board clear straight away in the game, which could be useful against a deck which seems to have quite a couple of lower cost characters, lower stacked characters like Faunas, like Basils, like Rafikis, like Palace Guards, Elsas, Genies. Now, Blurple going to be starting here. Demoda going into thing. We'll play out the Louisa Madrigal, and we're going to be passing over to Ben. Now, you will notice these players are leaving their ink face up at the start of their turn. This, of course, is a new rule in Lorcana. You should show your ink till the end of your turn. Then afterwards, it can be flipped over. This stops additional inking, which can happen in Lorcana. It is an unfortunate mistake. A lot of the time, it's general cheating. It's just when you're focusing so hard on the game, might forget that you've already inked. So a nice little safety precaution for the game implemented by Ravensburger. A little bit of a think there, trying to work out if he's got a quest with Louisa, but we've got no ramp on the turn 2. This is absolutely devastating for Ashley. This is not what you want to see. Junior Woodchuck Guidebook coming out onto the field, an okay turn 2, but really you need to see the ramp. And when we're going 3 cards on the board this early, this is absolutely diabolical for Blurple. They're going to need to get some counter presence on the board here. They're going to need to start fighting. Otherwise, this game will slip right away from them very, very quickly. If we're going to quest with the Aurora and then we use the Grandmother Willow's effect, that's -2 for a Princess or Queen coming out on the next turn, which means we could have Elna coming out for 2 ink, which would be a very, very strong play. Get the damage counters going straight away. Move that onto the Louisa. We're going to be popping the guidebook here for the Blurple player. Spends 1. We ink the Hades. Do we get the ramp? We get the Tipo now. We're back in the game. We have the additional card and the ramp has caught up. A big breath release for the Blurple player. They have able to keep themselves in the game so far. That was getting very, very dicey. Not getting ramp is absolutely debilitating for this deck, and unfortunately you are not guaranteed to get it. We saw players like Frank Carsten recommending adding in the single copy of One Jump Head a couple of sets ago just to improve the maths for getting the cards that you need for that ramp. It can bring you up to 93% if you have your 4 Sail, 4 Tipo, a copy of Develop Your Brain, and a copy of One Jump Head, making it very likely for you to see it, but you can still miss it with that -7% chance. A lot of players now are saying, you know what, let's just minus the chance. We go hard on the mulligans, see what we can do. Tipo is going to be going into the Inkwell there. We're at 5 ink turn. Elsa can come down here. Exert and Willow seems like a really good play, but we do have that Tramp, Street Smart Dog on the field. If this is able to sing Under the Sea, that will be a full type, and Elsa would be a horrific play there for our Blurple player. But is there anything that they can do? If Elsa comes down, no, it is going to be the Merryweather. They protect themselves. Even if they exerted the Tramp with the Elsa, it is only a total of 5 damage they could do, which would not take it out. Under the Sea here would not be great because Merryweather is still going to stay on the field. But the Dogs player is not going to be able to minus their stats whatsoever because Merryweather has Ward protecting itself intrinsically in this game. I think this really was the right play from the Blurple player. They have the Elsa, play it down on the following turn, get the use of Elsa and Merryweather, taking out that Tramp straight away. Only 2 damage coming back. This could be really, really clever for them if they're able to hold the Dogs player off, getting too much lore gain. Going to be exerting 2 here. We stick out the Elna. We've exerted with the Aurora, get the -1, and then the other -1 from the Willow. And oh my god, we hit down. We're going for it. Very, very nice there. Now, because we have exerted characters on the board, we are going to be able to gain that additional lore and get the additional draw. Lady comes out onto the field as well. We quest with the Grandmother Willow, going up to 2 total. Very strong part for Ben. Even though it's a great play from Blurple there, he has now been able to get a total of 7, 11, 13, 15, 16 total cost of ink onto the board. This deck is able to spend so much ink so quickly with barely inking. It is absolutely mental. A lot of people call for the ban of 7 cost Tramp, get rid of it from the game. They said it was too broken. It's definitely beatable. There's decks like Ruby Sapphire, there's decks like Ruby Amethyst, which can go underneath it, use great removal tools like Grab Your Bow. But at the minute, it looks like Dogs is looking very strong in this matchup against Blurple. A game which realistically can be play draw dependent. We've got the Elsa coming down onto the board there. It's going to be running in, taking out the Grandmother Willow. We still have a total of 2, 3, 4, 5 lore available on the board. But the main thing is we've got rid of that Eleanor. We are stopping them from getting the additional draw, the additional lore, and the additional damage ping on the Elsa. Only 2 cards left in hand. Zombie Lilo coming straight out field here. This is exactly what they're going to be wanting to see. Keep that board wide. Keep Blurple constantly working to deal with removal. Looks like another card coming down as well. Can't quite see what that is from the angle there. Looks like it's a Bobby Zimmerowski. They're going to be getting the additional draw and discard there. A lot of cards in the discard, but that's all right for this deck because Miss Park Avenue can bring them back into your hand and then get you that quick additional draw. We're then going to be hitting down under the... I don't believe it. We took out Merryweather and now cleared the single target Elsa with the Under the Sea. This is a masterful performance from Ben. Ben from Ravensburger showing exactly how you play this game. I don't know, ladies and gentlemen. I might need to be getting his autograph after this. I don't think I could pilot Dogs as well as he has. Maybe I should be getting him on the channel to do a deck guide on how exactly to play this. Very impressive stand-in. Sven coming down onto the field here. Rush evasive and gets the Challenger +3. Can't take out the Tramp straight away, perhaps going for the Lilo, but if he goes into that, it's going to be coming straight back on the next turn. This is the difficulty of playing against Dogs. When they get the wide board that keeps constantly spreading, it's so much pressure. You can't rely on drawing. You can't rely on questing. You're just constantly having to work for it. And Lilo straight back onto the field, 2 cost player. If we had the Willow out, it would be only 1 player. And now Aurora coming down onto the field as well. We're just saying, go on, catch me if you can. We are quest now. That's a total of 1, 3, 4, 5 altogether, going up to 9. Ben is absolutely smashing it. If no other cards are taken out, that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lore, bring them up to 17. Blurple's going to have to work hard for this. A Hades taking out the Tramp could be really useful right now. And then Sven going in to take out another one. However, I'm not sure if the Hades on Lilo would be the better play to stop it from constantly coming back. We do have enough ink. Looking for a deal into the inkwell there. Looks like he's keeping 5 to the side. He's going to be using a let it go. We're going to challenge Sven into the Lilo there. Another damage counter on it. We're going to spend 3. Cheshire Cat onto the field. Okay, I see you, Ashley. Lovely play here. Use the damage manipulation to the best visibility. Cheshire Cat moves that damage off Sven, takes out another card, getting rid of the Aurora. This is really, really strong. Cheshire Cat is great in this matchup. Ursula comes down onto the field, try to rip a song out the hand, but they do not have it. No dice here. Not a lot of song cards in Blurple. Tends to be the let it go. Perhaps they were suggesting to their opponent that they had it by keeping 5 ink to the side, but of course that was for the cat. Hades looking for a deal here, going to be hitting down on the tramp. Dogs player says, no, go for it, mate. Take your draw. You're going to need it. And realistically, they're going to have to. We play down, sail the Azurite Sea, get the additional card drawn. I think it's going to be smart to take that double ink in this turn. Looks like they're not going for that yet. We're going to be questing with the Sven, going to a total of 3. And then are we going to be passing it? It looks like we do. Smart here, not putting the cat at risk of being taken out. He needs to keep that on the field. But another tramp comes down. Tramp 7. 2 on the field, really dominating the game here. That is 14 ink just between them. That is absolutely crazy. But most importantly, there are 2 questers. Ben is going to be able to draw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards for playing this card on the field, and you pay -1 for every card on the field as well, but you do have to discard 5. It's such a great search tool. It's such a great quester. It's a great thing that it's just got to stick on the board, set up your Under the Seas, a really valuable card in the Dogs matchup. The question is, what is he going to be questing this turn? It looks like we got rid of looks like we got rid of Nani as well. Now, I'm not sure if I would... Oh my God, another tramp comes down on the field. This is absolutely crazy. 3 tramps back to back. Dogs doing dogs things. This is why I am scared to play against this deck. It can do crazy things. A deck like Blurple, which has a chance against it, don't get me wrong, it's nowhere near a free win, but Blurple is a deck which definitely can fight back, is looking like child's play for the Dogs deck here. They're on a total of 9. They have a total of 7 cards on the field. I can't help but to think if Ben is able to get a Chromcon onto the field, that will probably be completely game over for the Blurple player. But it is looking in that direction anyway. This could be a 2-0 for the Dogs player. Going to be inking Tigger. We are then going to be spending out. We hit down Demona. We exert every card on the field. This is absolutely clutch, but it does mean the Dogs player gets to draw an additional card. It's really useful exerting everything so you can start challenging. Don't get me wrong, but giving Dogs players cards in hand is very, very risky. But we can get rid of a lot of the board state here. We still do have 2 ink remaining, so we're going to be able to challenge in, move some damage about with the Cheshire Cat manipulation. That is one of the tramps off the field. I don't think they're going to be able to take out all of them this turn, but it's certainly a good start. Blurple is not over and done with yet. They are fighting. They are staying in this game. We are then going to move the damage across, stick it onto Tramp. Then Sven runs in, takes out the other Tramp. 2 down, only 1 to go. We still have a total of 5 cards on the field. They are going to be able to get up to a total of 15 the next turn if they quest out. But high stat characters means the Dogs player is probably going to be losing their board. They're going to need to do something. Perhaps an Eleanor coming down here, get rid of the Sven, could be a really good start for them. But Demona is going to be an absolute nightmare being able to take out anything that they play. And I can't help but to think that Demona is going to be going for that Tramp. We're going to spend down on the Grandmother Willow. We pay out Lady for 1 less. And then Tramp Street come now. +1 strength for every character on the board. Onto the Bobby. Bobby's going to go right into Cheshire Cat, knocking him straight out of play. A very well utility card there. Well done to Ben. We have a total of 7 cards on the board. It is getting very close to game. We are in clutch moments here. But shout out to Ashley, who has stayed in this game fighting. When he was missing ramp on turn 2, he was able to get that additional draw, ramp on the following turn, keep himself still in this. But this board state is very, very wide. This is something that is very nerve-wracking to stare down to. And he's going to need to try and find some answers quickly. It looks like we still have a few options in hand. We are on a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 ink altogether. They've got all the ink options there. The Dogs player only on a total of 3 ink. Lots of cards can be played down. It looks like Dogs is just going to be exerted out fully. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 law. Going up 14, decides to change their mind with the Tramp, keeping that non-exerted. They don't want Demona to run into that. That is 12 law altogether. On the following turn, if they're able to play out multiple characters, that'll be 3 for the Lady, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 law. That would be game state. We have game on board if the Dogs player can boost up the strength of the Lady here. Blurple, of course, is going to have to do some challenging, but this means they are not going to be getting any law. I can't help but think that Hades 7 cost would be great here. But we're going to sing Let It Go, getting rid of the tramp there. Really strong play. This is the negative of not exerting it. Blurple is able to take out ready characters, sticking it into the ink. Not the end of the world for the Dogs player. More ink is going to be good for them. Means they can spam out cards, but Ben needs to keep the card draw going, or Blurple is going to very quickly take over. This is neck and neck, ladies and gentlemen. If you are just starting here with us, welcome. We are live here at Pendulum Gaming in Grantham for the Pendulum Gaming Store Champs with a buy on the line for the upcoming winner case between Pendulum and Angle, going to be held in Peterborough on the 1st of August. I'm certainly looking forward to that. Blurple sticking out Louisa onto the field, going to be certain for a Merryweather. The Blurple board state is getting very, very wide here. Are we going to be questioned or are we going to be taken out? I think realistically, you have to take out the characters. Sven goes in, trades with the Aurora, gets that away, stops the Eleanor from being able to come out quicker. Demona is then going to challenge in, 1 damage back, and we're going to be pass and turn. We have a total of 1, 2, 3, 4 law on the board. However, with the additional 2, if 3 cards are played, we can get Lady to bring us up to a total of 19. Lilo is going to come down on the field there, 1 less because Grandmother Willow is on the field. 1 cost to play. Blurple is going to have to keep working. They need to get rid of that Lilo. Perhaps if they can get the Hades, stop it back every time, that could be useful. But do you see that? There's an Under the Sea in hand. They're going to be hit down Della. Minus strength on Hades there. They're going to be able to get rid of 2 cards there if they exert to sing. But I don't think they have enough characters on field to do it. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The sing together is not going to be happening yet. Perhaps they're going to hold on playing down from exerting any of their characters. They can hold off for but I feel like it's just a little bit too slow of a play. There needs to be more characters for Ben. He needs to get some down. Looks like he's not been able to. He's just had to keep his characters ready. Cheshire Cat coming down here could be really backbreaking for Ben. Going to ready all of our ink here. Louisa Madrigal, Hades, Demona, and Merryweather on the field. All very strong stated characters, apart from Louisa, which of course has the Challenger too. None of these cards, bar Louisa, are naturally going to fall into the trap of Under the Sea here. So this is going to be a hard board state for Dogs to be able to remove. If we quest out solely with Blurple, that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 law gain, bringing them up to a total of 8. Nowhere near game, but Ashley is certainly looking like he is in a strong position at the minute. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, just a little bit of tech issues that we're just sorting there. I got my producer in the background who's sorting that just now for us. Hopefully we are live back with you, but we've got a shift coming out here by the looks of it. Is that the Enchanted Bell? I can't quite make it out because the shine, but the artwork on it certainly looks absolutely stunning. No, it's the Louisa Madrigal, brand new from this set and hitting down the enchantment as well. This card is very, very cool. Can manipulate damage, moving it across to her and then move it across onto another character. Don't often see this in the Blurple list, but it makes sense why Ashley was now putting this in the deck. We've moved that damage across to Louisa and then we're going to move it along, take out the Willow there. Really strong play. And then are we going to be challenging in? I think we take out the Lilo, surely. We can't let Ben keep that law going. Or do we just quest here? Or even better, does he have second star to the right? Is he going to be able to draw a mass of cards there? No, it looks like we're just going straight into the Lilo. I got my hopes up and they were narrowly dashed. But my oh my, Ashley fighting for his life here, coming back into the game. Quest now with 3 total, going all the way up to 6. This is getting a lot closer. The Dogs player only having 3 cards on the field. Going to be sticking Lilo out. He's hesitating there. Is Ben thinking the rest of it? Does he want to get another card along additionally? It's very risky because if you get a high stated character, you're not going to be able to play that because the Lilos come down. Maybe you just wait, or maybe you want them to constantly challenge into something. Ben taking his time here at a very important part of the game, thinking as much as he can. He decides to draw. He's saying no to so hopefully he gets the card that he needs. Plays down Ursula. See the hand. It's a let it go. What an amazing hit for Ben there. Ripping that straight out of the hand. I said before, I don't think Ursula is great in this matchup, but she hit absolutely perfectly there. We have Bobby, Tramp, Lady, Lilo, and Ursula on the board, but we are not yet questing. Next turn, they can go to 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. They have game on the board if Ben can play down 3 characters. Blurple is able to get to 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22 altogether, I believe. If Louisa is the 2 quester, does he have any hard removal? I'm not too sure he does. hesitating here. He's probably going to need to play it out on the board. It's a Cheshire Cat, so he can manipulate damage, but I don't think it's enough to be able to take out any of the characters on the board here. We've got 1 damage on Louisa, 1 damage on the Demona. We're going to have to hope that Ben is not able to be able to get an additional 3 characters onto the board this turn. If he does, or if he's able to get a Street Smart Dog and boost up the stats for Lady, he will have game. We're going to manipulate damage across. 1 damage goes across from there onto the Ursula from the cat. We're going to quest out to 11. We've got all characters exerted apart from the Cheshire Cat. This is dependent on what is in Ben's hand. Can he draw the answer that he needs? He's going to be spending out. Does he have the Lady to bring back cards? He's going to hit down Emerald Chromicon. Okay, very nice. Blurple can get 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Not quite enough for game. Ben is going to need to exert out here, but it does mean he's going to be losing characters. He can send characters back to hand very, very quickly, though, because that Chromicon, I think he needed Chromicon out a little bit earlier. Ben just hanging on. He's had to take a couple of turns, slow down. Does he have enough gas left in his deck to be able to take the win? It looks like he is questing out. He's going to go 1, 2. It looks like he's leaving the Lady 3, 4, 5, going up to 17 total. Game state on board. Blurple has no choice but to challenge. Ashley is going to have to sequence this completely correctly to stay in this match. If he doesn't, and the wrong card to bounce back from Emerald Chromicon, it is going to be game over from Blurple. Every time they take out a card, the Dogs player is going to have the opportunity to bounce back either one of their cards or one of the cards on the Blurple side of the field. I can't help but think they are going to be getting rid of one of the cards on the Blurple side of the field, just narrowing their board state down, try and get them as close to 20 as they can. They just need to try and protect their characters. What can Ashley do here? A Hades would be really nuts if they can get rid of that Lilo or perhaps the Lady that could be getting additional lore. But once again, if Lady's able to stay on the field and bounce our own cards back onto the hand, back to the hand, Chromicon, we can then play that out and get the additional lore through Lady by playing straight characters onto the board. +1 strength for every character. Once you are on 3 strength, it is questing for 3. Hit a card down onto the board that it looks like it's Hades looking for a deal, and the Dogs player is saying, you know, you can draw, mate. You're going to have to. And I agree with that decision completely. This is very, very tight, and this all depends on what we can draw into. We have a total of 4 ink still remaining for the Blurple player, a total of 6 cards out onto the board. They're going to need to do some questing before they do some challenging. Otherwise, they are not going to get any higher on this turn. But realistically, no matter what, when they challenge, they're going to be losing cards straight away. So they are not going to be able to get as much challenging in as they want to do. Is it enough to keep Ben from winning the game? I'm not too sure that it is. 17 to an 11 deficit. This is as tight as it can get. Ladies and gentlemen, we're in round 3 of our store champs here. Plenty more to come. We've got more rounds to Swiss. We have our top cut, and we're going to have our finals. You are in for a treat today. Stay with us here at CrawfordCana. Can Ashley do enough to keep him in the game to bring us to a 3rd set? Hades is going to be exerting here. Are we going to be challenging in? Damona's already exerted. We go into the Lilo. That is going into the discard. Chromicon activates, and then Louisa is going straight back into hand. That is both Louisas going into the hand there. 4 ink still remaining. We are still going to be challenging. Looks like Cheshire Cat is going to be exerted first of all. This is really smart for Ashley because because Chromicon is not going to hit back on Merryweather, card which is safe because the ward. This is really, really tight. I think you do have to go with the Cheshire Cat first now, but do they send the Cheshire Cat back into hand? Cheshire Cat looking like it goes into the Tramp, taking that straight out. 1 damage back on the Cheshire Cat. We're looking for the activate trigger on the Emerald Chromicon here. Ben just having a little bit of a think. Still got the Lady on the field. If he can boost this up, it is game. Can't use the Merryweather because that's ward, Ben. You're going to have to pick something else. Maybe your own character if you want to. But we do still have 3 lore available on the board altogether. If the Blurple player makes the mistake of not challenging here, this is Ben's game. Can't get rid of the card though, and it's really risky because if he sends the Hades, it means that the Blurple player is going to be able to draw more. But it's not going to be the end of the world for them because they can only do 1 more challenge. Having a bit of a think. The Demona goes back into hand, gets for the big one. An interesting choice there. He decided not to go for the Cheshire Cat. I think Cheshire Cat could have been smart though, but it would give additional resources. We now get rid of the Ursula. That goes into the discard. We have Lady and Bobby Zimaruski on the field. If the next card is a Tramp Street Smart Dog, a Tramp Enterprising Dog, that will give Lady enough enough strength to be able to quest out for 3 and win this game because the additional stats of the other cards on the field and the +1 for playing Tramp itself. We still have 4 remaining for the Blurple player. Demona goes into the Inkwell. We are spending 1. Louisa comes out on. Are we going for the shift line as well? Tigger comes down and we are bouncing Lady straight back into the hand here. This is masterful from Ashley. Forced himself into the game. He is not going down without a fight. 17-13 deficit for the Dogs player. Only 1 lore can be gained on this turn. The Blurple player has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lore available. They can go to 18. They don't quite have game yet, but our Dogs player is going to need to get some cards out quickly. Lilo comes down onto the field. We are more than likely going to be questing with the Bobby this turn. We are spending out 2. Are we going to go for the Lady? Having a bit of a think about if he wants to play it. 2 ink already spent, 2 remaining. And we get the Lady out onto the field. 1 ink spent for her. Do we have anything else that we can play to force the pressure on? I think Ben really needs to hold off here to let the Blurple player challenge into the Lilo, bounce something back to hand, but he needs to hope the Blurple player does not get the hard removal. Rhino comes down onto the field here, going to give -1 strength. Looks like we are going to be giving that potentially onto the Tigger, could be a good shout. Maybe the Louisa if the Blurple player goes to the shift line here. But realistically, Ben just needs to get that wider board state so he can quest out. We're going to put the -1 on Cheshire Cat there. And I think we are going to be passing turn. Does he elect to go for the quest with the Bobby Zimmerowski, get himself up to 18, then only 2 lore needed for the game? If an Elna comes onto the field and he's able to quest out with the 3 characters, it would be game as well, but I can't help but think the Blurple player is more than likely going to have hard removal there for them. Only 1 damage on Cheshire Cat and 1 damage on Merryweather here. The Cheshire Cat is not going to be enough to be able to move something. However, if Cheshire Cat runs into the Lilo, that's going to be able to get the 2 damage counters on Cat and then going to be able to take out Rhino here. A little bit of a difficult position for the Lilo coming back in exerted. Of course, Ben is going to be able to bounce a card back to the Blurple player's hand, but a lot of ink, a lot of options. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this is going in favor of the Blurple player. I think we may be getting a game 3. Cheshire Cat does go into the Lilo, 2 damage counters on it. We're going to be moving the Louisa back into the hand there. Potentially, it would have been smarter to move the Cheshire Cat back into the hand so the damage counters are no longer on it. I'm not sure if Ben has seen that play, but because of that, it's going to cost him with the Rhino here. Tigger and Hades are going to quest, going to a total of 15. We have a mass of ink still remaining. 5, 6, 7, 8 ink. It looks like we're going to be moving 2 across, counting out the ink. Ashley making sure he plays this completely correctly. We're going to boost out the Cat here. Cat is then going to move the damage across. We're going to take out the Bobby Zimmerowski from the effect of the Cat. We bounce back Hades looking for a deal. Do we ink the Hades? I think you play it, Ashley. Get the additional cards drawn into your hand. We can only go to a... Oh my God, Hades down on the field, go straight into the Inkwell. Ladies and gentlemen, that is surely game. There is nothing that Ben can do from this position. He's still going to see if there's anything in his deck, but I don't think there is. He's going to play the Lilo out. He can quest for 1 with the Rhino. We, of course, don't have the Shift Rhino here. That is native only to Amber Steel and not played a lot in this set anyway. And that is it. I think Ben is scooped there. He's saying, it's over to you, mate. But this time, Ben is going to be going on the play. This is really dangerous for Blurple playing against Dogs on the play because of how quick it is. You saw how close Ben was able to get to the massive total of 20 there in this game going second. And notoriously, quite the slow start. Wasn't able to get the benefit of Lady, which is really upsetting for Dogs. He definitely didn't see the Eleanors as much as he did in the first game. But I must say, a mega curve, seeing 3 Eleanors almost back to back. Ben had the luck he needed in the first game. Ashley had a slow, rocky start, missing ramp, but was able to keep himself in it. This is game 3 of round 3 in the Pendulum Gaming Store Champs, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be a one hell of a third set. I'm not sure who it's going to go to. I have to say, I think my money is leaning towards Ben. I think Dogs is going to have the advantage, especially on the play. If he can hit his Willow for the 3rd game in a row, if he can hit his Eleanors in a timely manner, he can push himself over the line, giving himself an advantage that Ashley is just not quite going to be able to deal with. But he needs to be more careful, and he needs to play around the Cheshire Cat, not give too much Cheshire Cat value. And unfortunately, in that game, he allowed the Lilo to be challenged into, didn't pop the Cat back into hand, left the 2 damage counters there, and it meant an additional card was taken out. Obviously, it wouldn't have mattered. He wouldn't have got to the total anyway. But if the lore total was a little bit closer to 20, it would have been essential to not let that character die out. We are shuffling our cards up. Now, if you are new to Lorcana, we have the mulligan here in Lorcana, meaning that you are able to send any number of cards back from your hand into your discard and redraw those cards to get rid of the cards that you don't want, try and get an essential curve. Most decks are going to be looking for a very simple turn 1, 1 cost, turn 2, 2 cost, turn 3, 3 cost, and a turn 4 cost. However, in dogs, it is a little bit different. You have multiple, and when I say multiple, I mean multiple lower cost characters. These tiny cards can ramp out by spamming out the board, getting lots of ink down there, and then making it easy to play out your 7-cost tramp, getting it onto the board very quickly, allowing you to do large searching and filters through your deck, giving you the advantage. Of course, we have draw cards in the deck as well, like Eleanor and Nani, and then also Lady Miss Park Avenue. Admittedly, Lady Miss Park Avenue not seeing as much play, with Eleanor being another uninkable in the deck. You don't want it to go too far ahead. We're going to be inking for turn, spend out on the Bobby Zimmerowski Spray Cheese Kid, and then Tramp. Enterprising Dog is going to be going into the discard there. 2-cost character, gives +1 strength for every card on the field. Going to ink the guidebook, and we're going for turn 1 Louisa and then pass and turn. Do we have the Willow for Ben? Do we have that essential turn 2? Going to be inking the Ursula. 3 games in a row, ladies and gentlemen. He has seen the perfect curve straight away, but unfortunately, he did not have the other 1 drop to be able to capitalize. Going to be inking the Tipo here, spend out and sail the Azurite Sea. A little bit of a better start for Ashley here. Is Ben going to be able to get out the Eleanor quickly? He's going to have to ink again if he wants to do so. He doesn't have the Aurora out on the field, but we do have the guard coming down with the effect of Sail the Azurite Sea. Sail the Azurite Sea, of course, a little bit different to Tipo. You get to draw an additional card, ink an additional card, and then play an additional 1-cost character on that turn 2 if you utilize it. The ink comes in readied instead of exerted. Tipo, but Tipo has the better effect that you can ink an uninkable character. With Sail, of course, it has to be inkable. Mowgli comes down onto the field, only spending 1 because of the effect of Grandmother Willow. Gets a look in the hand for any actions for the Blurple player. No hits there, unfortunately, and Dogs is just going to elect to stay readied past the turn. A little bit of a slower start for the Dogs player here. Sail the Azurite Sea going into the Inkwell, and then we're going to spend out for Palace Guard, and then Cheshire Cat onto the field. This is a very good start for Ashley, and Ben hasn't seen his ideal curve so far. This may squeak it out for the Blurple player, but of course, very early in the 3rd set yet. Still plenty of game time to go. But we get the Tramp 7 out already. Big search through the deck. This is exactly what Ben is wanting to see. Able to search down a total of 3 cards there. Go for a bit of a dick. We've got the Under the Sea here. Are we going to be keeping that, or we send it to the discard? I think potentially send it to the discard. But it would be really useful being able to exert and then take out Louisa and the double guards there, sending them to the bottom of the deck. He does elect to get rid of the Under the Sea, though, not going for that play. And then he is going to be pass and turn, keeping his characters ready. Could this mean that Ben potentially has another Under the Sea in the hand, didn't want to brick his hand too much, or has he seen another line that we've not seen? But Elsa comes down onto the field. Tramp is going to be taken out straight away here. This is ideal for Blurple. This is an absolute nightmare situation for Ben. A wide board state that is going to be able to control the board very heavily, especially with the Cheshire Cat on the field. Under the Sea is not going to be able to come out no matter what this turn. We only have a total of 2, 4, 5 ink available on the board. They cannot use that for the Sing Together. Do you see that Ben has the additional Under the Sea? Bobby Zimmerowski coming onto the field. Additional card drawn. Coming into the hand, going to be discarding an additional card. We have less than 10 minutes on the round left, ladies and gentlemen. This could go to time, but Emerald Chromicon comes out onto the field. This could be clutch for Ben if he wants to start exerting, if he wants to start gaining lore. This means cards are going to be bounced back into the hand of the Blurple player. But he's going to need to find some 2-questers. Zombie Lilo coming out can be really clutch for him. He's then going to be ramming in. Bobby Zimmerowski takes out a card, and we're going to be pass and turn. Only 1 card exerted on Ben's side of the field. 3 cards on the field for Ashley. A total of 5 ink. Going to be inking again, going to 6. Demona coming down could be nice, get the extra challenging going, but I don't think Ben has very many cards in his hand. Means he's given card draw. And then also the Chromicon bouncing cards back. It's going to be very, very risky. Looks like we're going to be moving 2 across here. Is he going to be going for a different line? Exerts 2. Do we go for the Sail or a Tipo? Actually thinking a little bit better of it. Hesitating. Not sure of the correct play here. Like we say, this is a very clutch point of the game. You need to play the right curve, especially Chromicon out on the field. If he has something like Wasabi in the deck, this could be really clutch. We're going to move across, move the damage onto the Grandmother Willow, take that out. But once again, cards not exerted here. I'm not sure if it would have been smart to exert the cards first by questing, but it means that he wouldn't be able to take out the Bobby Zimaruski. And then we get a second cat onto the field. This is diabolical for Ben. Not what we want to see. Blurple player going to be able to do quite a bit of controlling. We are going to be exerting the Elsa here. And it looks like the cat can be exerted as well. Going to go up to a total of 3. Really smart strategy from Ashley. When CrawfordCana is on the field, you need to go from chasey into racy. You need to make the dogs player try and do the work to catch up with you. They're going to need double Della's Moon Lullaby as well as the Undersea to be able to wipe this out, but they've already got rid of 2 in their deck. With the Eleanor decks, they tend to not play as many Under the Seas, so I'm not sure if we're going to see another one. But a very, very slow start for Ashley. Della's Moon Lullaby comes down on the Elsa. That is going to be -2 strength, 0 strength until the start of Ben's next turn, protecting it from doing any damage here. Mowgli is exerted, meaning that we're going to be able to do some manipulation with damage from the Cheshire Cat, but it's only 1 damage going across. I think it is essential when cats are out on the field to use your low-static characters to the best of your ability so they cannot get the damage triggers constantly going. But Ben needs to get some lore going. He needs to get into the game. He needs to put the pressure back on the Blurple player. Otherwise, this board is going to get too wide, too filled, and there's going to be nothing that he's going to be able to do to stay in the game here. We've got the Under the Sea in hand. It looks like we also have Lady Miss Park Avenue there. Not going to be able to get either out. Rhino is coming down. Going to be -1 on the Cheshire Cat to the start of Ben's next turn. So that is a 0-stat Elsa, a 2-stat Cheshire Cat, and a 3-stat Cheshire Cat. The Mowgli is going to be able to challenge into, but popping these cards back into the hand for Ashley is not going to be great for Ben here. Hades looking for a deal, comes out onto the field, going to be targeting a character. Will they let him draw? No, he's just going to shove it right onto the deck, and then we are going to be questing, it looks like, for Ashley. Goes for all 3 of them, going up to a total of 6 together. This is a 6-0 deficit. This is going very well for Blurple. I think Ben has unfortunately fizzled out a little bit. Spends 2 to get the Lilo out onto the field, and unfortunately going to have to pass turn again. The Blurple player is going to get to a total of 10 on this turn. It's getting very, very far away from Ben. I'm not sure what he can do to be able to stay here. We're going to be exerting 6. Is it Timona? It's Timona. Every card is exerted. A massive draw for the players here. Ben gets to draw 1 because he only had 2 in hand, but every card is exerted. We can now do some challenging. But the difficult is Cheshire Cat coming back is going to be a negative because it's sending additional cards into the hand of Ben. Elsa going back is going to be a negative because it means he can exert and challenge again. Then Hades going back is going to be a negative because he can replay, get the additional card draw, or pop cards onto the field. At this point, is it sensible for Ashley to just start questing out and make Ben have to work for it? If he quests out with anything, he could go for a total of 10. Ben will still be on 0. The most he could quest for is 4 on the following turn. Ben would then be able to go from 10 to 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I think it would have been smarter to just start questing there and make the Under the Sea player have the work. They're going to send Cheshire Cat back into the hand with the effect of the Emerald Chromicon. We still have Hades and Elsa available to do the challenging. I don't think this was the right play, ladies and gentlemen, but we are just going to be questing there. That seems a lot more sensible to me. Goes up to a total of 8, and then we're going to be passing turn. An 8-0 deficit. We have 5 minutes left on the round. It is getting dangerously close for our 2 competitors. Is there anything Ben can do to get some lore quickly and stay in the game? I'm not too sure. Demona, of course, on the field, that is, once it exerted, is not going to be able to ready itself if there's 3 or more cards in the hand of Ashley. If Ben is smart and keeps sending the cards back to the hand of Ashley, he could stop that Demona from being very useful in this game. Lilo's coming down onto the field, and Rhino coming down as well. Going to be -1 strength on the Elsa there till the start of Ben's next turn. We are then going to be passing, I think, unfortunate, but Ben is right. He needs to try and widen his board. He needs to try and get into something like the Eleanor. He needs to try and get that quick damage, the quick lore, the quick draw, and see what he can do. He, of course, does have the Lady Miss Park Avenue, but only on 3 ink. He's not going to be able to get that for another 2 turns. I think it's a little bit too late to be able to rely on that card. It looks like the writing may be on the wall. It looks like Ashley may have had one hell of a comeback after the difficult fight he had in the first game. Ashley taking a little bit of a think here about what he wants to do. We have a total of 7 ink on the field here. We're going to be exerting Cheshire Cat. 4 is going to be spent for Merriweather, war character, very smart. And then we're going to spend out another 4 for Sven, rush character, not going to be able to do anything. And then we are questing out, going to a total of 13 altogether. And by my calculations, Demona is going to be ready in on the next turn. That's 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Game state is on the board. Nani is going to be searching here. There needs to be some kind of removal for Ben. Otherwise, that is going to be a 20-0 win for the Blackpool player against Dogs, which frankly is unbelievable. Bobby Zimmerowski goes in hand. Ben counting up, realizing the terrible position that he's in. He can quest out here for a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But that is nowhere near enough unless he can get something to remove the board state. Even Under the Sea is only going to be able to get rid of Elsa and Sven, but it keeps him in the game for a tiny bit longer, but he would have to use all his characters if he even can. A lot of low-stated characters. We're going to go into the Cheshire Cat, taking it out. Ashley no longer has game on board. Once again, Ben is on 0. And it looks like he unfortunately is having to pass again. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lore going to be gained this turn. Ashley is going to go up to 19, a 19-0 deficit. There is nothing that Ben can do from this point, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be a win for a win for Blurple. Louisa Magical comes out onto the field, going to quest out to 19, and then going to be passing turn. I think Ben knows here there's nothing that he can do. He still draws. He's going to see what he can do, and that is it. Blurple has taken the win against Dogs. A humongous congratulations to Ashley. Very well fought. Very unlucky for Ben. He had the perfect game one. He saw exactly what he needed to, but he did not see any of his good cards in the second and third game. Of course, the Willow was a nice opening turn, but nothing he could do there. Have to feel for Ben. Once again, massive shout out to Ravensburger for coming down, checking out the event. Ben, of course, working for Ravensburger. Really nice of him to come see us. Great to have him in the Pendulum tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, we are soon going to be going on to round 4. You're going to need to stick with me here. This is going to be a very, very small break. We only have a couple of minutes left on the round, which means we can get straight in to our next game. I'm really excited to see who we can get at the top tables, to see who it's looking like to go through into the top 8 for this tournament. Now, it looks like our player is going to be doing a little bit of pack opening for us. Very nice. See if they get any good hits there. It'd be lovely if we could get an iconic come down onto the board. Doesn't look like we've seen any so far, though. I have to say the artwork for the cards for set 12 has been absolutely mental, but I'm even more excited for the new cards coming. Attack of the Vine, set 13, the rotation happening in just a couple of weeks' time. Make sure you get booked into your local stores, ladies and gentlemen. Get in for the pre-release events. Get those cards quick as you can. You're going to need them if you want to be competitive in the next set. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be right back with you soon. This is CrawfordCana live here at Pendulum Gaming in Grantham. Stay clear. I am very excited for round 4 coming up soon. Ladies, gentlemen, CrawfordCana legends and Illuminati, welcome back to round 4 here, live at Pendulum Gaming in Grantham for our store champs. Once again, with a winner case buy on the line for the tournament coming up 1st of August. This one is going to be one hell of a match for you. We have the little man himself, the megastar Bradley, up and coming in the UK scene. He was able to take down the likes of Zan, the likes of Wonderland, the likes of Tiago in the LCC, the Cross-Continental Clash. This was an amazing performance by him, especially at the age of 12. You heard that right, ladies and gentlemen. That is a 12-year-old who was able to take down multiple pro-level players in the Cross-Continental Clash. That is a fantastic achievement. Bradley potentially has one of the highest win rate records in the UK at store champs. He has a whole collection of mats. He is unstoppable. He, of course, is also on our team as well, Team Pendulum. And you remember Gaz from earlier playing on the Amber Amethyst. He is additionally Team Pendulum. So this is going to be a friendly fire match. Pendulum versus Pendulum, Gaz versus Bradley. But I have to say, I think the advantage in this match is definitely going to be going to Gaz on Amber Amethyst. A very, very tough match for Purple Steel to be able to beat. Bradley didn't see his turn 1 cost card there, so he's had to ink and pass for our Amber Amethyst player. We've inked, then played out Louisa Magical, then passing it over to Bradley. Going to be sticking Genie into the inkwell. Calhoun comes down onto the board here. Really nice start here for Bradley. Calhoun challenging in, taking out a character, resist 1, but it also means you're going to be getting +2 lore for taking out a character. We see the Giant Cobra in hand there. The best way to go against this Amber Amethyst deck is to get as much lore as possible. Try and go underneath them if you can. But Amber Amethyst is probably the best control deck in the format, I guess, in mid-range at the minute. So if Bradley is not able to get lore quickly, he may really, really struggle to continue on. Of course, cards like Mowgli are going to be able to rip out Strength, Rage, and Fire for the hand. And we do go for the Mowgli. Do we have the Strength in the hand? We do have the Strength for Rage and Fire. That unfortunately is a loss straight away for Bradley. He doesn't want to be seeing that. He's got Cobra, Iago, then double Elsa. Not an awful start there. Iago is quite hard to deal with if you do not have an action to deal so. Of course, we have stuck in the Horseman Strikes into the Inkwell, so wouldn't be able to get rid of that on the following turn, but Bradley has elected to get rid of it. Iago straight into the Inkwell, playing out Giant Cobra. Looks like we're not going to be using the effector, and then we're going to be questing for Calhoun and passing. Now, Louisa is not going to be able to take out the Calhoun because Calhoun has resist 2. With the Challenger +2, she is going to be able to do 1 damage into the Calhoun, and then Mowgli will not be able to touch it whatsoever. So a very safe quest there for Bradley. But the young man is definitely going to have to work through this game and get some lore quickly if he wants to stay in against the likes of Gaz. Cheshire Cat come down onto the board, something that Bradley does not want to be seen either. Cheshire Cat is going to be able to get rid of that Calhoun straight away. Giant Cobra goes into the inkwell, and then we get out Big Iago. Now, this is a strong play for Bradley. If Gaz does not have access to the Horseman Strikes in his hand, he is not going to be able to do that Iago very quickly. If Bradley can get the Elsa out on his turn, and we know we have 2 Elsas in hand, he can exert that Cheshire Cat. Then Iago comes in and then takes Cheshire Cat off the board. This could be exactly what curve Bradley needs to see. A very strong start for the young 12-year-old. Bradley working hard and most importantly, playing hard, playing smart in this game as well. Gaz definitely on the back foot here. Now, looks like we have stuck down a Dale onto the board. I mean, Cheshire Cat is going to be a 4 challenging. Going to be doing a lot more damage into Iago if he takes out. But Elsa comes down on the board for Bradley. We're going to be exerting the Dale, interesting, and then I think Iago's potentially going to be going into it. Or does he decide to go for the Giant Cobra, get that off? It can be popped with actions anyway, but so can Iago. A difficult decision, but I think you need to value keeping the Iago around to be able to deal with the Cheshire Cat. Iago is going to be questing there, goes to a total of 2 altogether, and then going to be pass in turn. Now, of course, Gaz could get down an Elsa himself, run that into the Iago, and then manipulate some damage across, but he can't because he's not got enough ink yet, only on 4 ink so far. Bradley is playing this game quite slowly, but it's working quite well in his favor so far. A very slow start. I recommended a quicker strategy playing against Amber Amethyst, but this is working very well for Bradley. Now, his deck is very well teched out at the minute. He has access to cards like the Eldest Thunderbolt. I believe he also runs locations in there, so we could keep manipulating the game later on. We've only got the Elsa in hand, though. We lost the strength because the Mowgli coming down, and then Giant Cobra has been taken out, running itself into the Dell. So controlling the board, but not a lot of card draw. He does need to try and get some card draw as quick as possible. Gaz, of course, has the panic reset button where he's going to be able to get rid of the whole board using a Raging Storm. Now, just as a little bit of information for you, we have 2 Amber Amethyst players, both Gaz and Gary on Amber Amethyst, which are right up at the top tables. We have a top 4 today, ladies and gentlemen. This is the final round of Swiss, and then it is going to be in our top 4. It looks like if Gaz wins this game, it is going to be both Amber Amethyst players into the top 4, which shows a lot about this deck. Genie coming down onto the board, additional card drew into hand, and we've got the strength for a Raging Fire. We sing it, we take out the Cheshire Cat. Phenomenal play for Bradley. Absolutely love to see that. Well done, Bradley. Gets rid of the Cheshire Cat straight away. We only have Willow, Mowgli, and Louisa Madrigal on the board here. Ginny, Calhoun, Iago, and Elsa fighting it out at large. That is a lot of lore that can be gained. Now, Genie perhaps going to be a little bit protected here. I imagine Gaz is going to want to get rid of the Iago over the Genie just because it's a little bit harder to deal with. However, Genie does quest for more. So it's a difficult position for you want a pop Will Horseman. But once again, does he have it? Going to be Ink and a Will-o'-the-Wisp there. Total of 6 ink available to spend out. Demona would not be a strong player here since Bradley only has 1 card in hand. It means Bradley would be drawing additional cards, puts Gaz under pressure. Going to be exerting out. We're going to spend down on the Elsa. We exert the Genie. Can run it into 2 damage into the Genie, but not enough to be able to take it out, unfortunately. And then Iago is going to be able to finish off that Elsa on the next turn. So I think you're going to have to leave that Elsa non-exerted and then pass, which he does. Moving over to Bradley here, we can go to a total of 5, 6, 7, 8 total altogether. Another Genie comes down. This is looking really good for Bradley so far. Piloting this deck like an absolute pro. Love to see this. Elsa's going into the Inkwell. That is 3 Elsas we've seen so far, I believe. No, it's only the 2. That was the second one in hand. We're then going to quest out for the 3. We go for the extra one with Calhoun, going up to 8 altogether. Gaz is not looking great in this position. He's got 2, 4, 5, 6, so he's nowhere near the Raging Storm yet. Another 2 turns before it comes out. And if he can't deal with these evasive threats, that's going to be 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 that Bradley can go up to. I think he's going to have to run Louisa Madrigal and the Elsa into the Calhoun, take it out. Maybe if he can get a Cheshire Cat down, he can do that a little bit easier with the Elsa, but he's going to struggle to deal with these evasive threats. Another Grandmother Willow coming out onto the board. That's going to be 1 less for the next character. Paid 1 for Willow because we already have a Willow there. We are then going to be exerting Elsa, and then we are going to run it in and take out the Calhoun with the Louisa and the Elsa. Little bit of damage left on the Elsa there. 3 damage altogether, and I believe we're going to be passing. We quest out 4-2, go to 2 altogether. That tells me that Gaz potentially has the Raging Storm in hand, or he's setting up to make Bradley think that he does. Captain Hook coming down onto the field there. I'm not sure if that's smart for Bradley to play down, since Gaz is on the 2-4. No, still only on 6, so it makes sense to get the additional while you can. Iago's going to be questing. Looks like we're going to 9 altogether. No, we take out the Willow. Time to clear the board. Now, this could force Gaz into hitting the Storm when he can, but potentially if Gaz doesn't have a lot of cards in hand, which I believe he doesn't at the minute, could leave Bradley in a very strong position. But I do think he needs to be questing out as much as possible before that Storm hits. Total of 6 ink on the board. Grandmother Willow's going to be questing there, going to 3 altogether. Inks the Mrs. Incredible and passes if we have the Inkable on the next turn. And then we get into the Raging Storm. This is huge for Gaz. Total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lore available. Goes to 17. But we're going to be getting the additional draw with the Elsa, the additional draw with the Iago. This is really smart. And at that point, Gaz says, you know what, mate? I can't keep up with you. Game 1 is going to Bradley. Our 12-year-old on the Pendulum team has been able to take down Gaz in a weak matchup for him in game 1. Can Bradley go all the way? Can he take down Gaz and take the win here in a really challenging matchup? A very, very strong purple steel here list from Bradley. Very impressed to see how he's piloted it this game. It was risky playing out the Genies, the Iagos, the Elsas, because Gaz has the tools to be able to remove him, but he played down so many that the Amber Amethyst player was just not able to keep up, even if they saw all of their Horseman strikes. This was very cleverly played. Now, we are going to leave a little shout out to the token that Bradley has on the field there. You see the little mini Woody. Bradley, of course, has a habit of dressing as Woody when he goes to tournament, often known as Woody. So nice to see the thematics there. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're just tuning in with us, we are on round 4 here, live at Pendulum Gaming in Grantham. This is 12-year-old Bradley, the man who went and took down several pro players in the cross-continental crash, including the likes of Tiago, Wonderland, He even took down Zan Syed, a double DLC winner. This kid has everything in his pocket. And if anyone can have a huge upset here, I have to believe it's going to be Bradley. Bradley, of course, on Purple Steel. Gaz on the Amber Amethyst. Two fantastic players, but Bradley shown so much heart, so much willpower here to keep in the game. 1-0 advantage to Bradley going into the second game in our fourth round to decide our positions for the top four. Now, both players do have a very strong win record, so even with a loss, there is a chance they can make it into the top. However, it is risky. We have a few players on similar records, and if we had any IDs at the top tables, this could affect the standings. So this is all to play for. As far as these players know, the person who loses this could be knocked out of the tournament. Gaz, of course, is going to be going first now. Going to have a little bit of an advantage against Bradley here. But we see Christopher Robin in the hand of Bradley. The underdog card, which means that you can play it out on your turn one if you are going second. This is a very good start. But we have a different style deck to what you normally see in the likes of Purple Steel, piloted by the likes of Fia, who won the Leicester Q. She prefers the Pocahontas over the Calhoun. When you go Christopher Robin into Pocahontas, it means you'll get an additional very, very quickly. Going to ink the strength for Rage and Fire, play out the Christopher Robin. That tells Gaz there's no point to go for the Mowgli there, but I believe we have another copy in the hand. Bradley being a little bit sneaky there, making it look like he's got rid of it. A little bit of mind games, a little bit of strategy. You don't expect to see it from a 12-year-old, but Bradley knows exactly what he's doing. Shout out to him. I do not know anyone else in this game plays as many matches as Bradley does. Of course, his dad Neil takes him to all the tournaments. They are constantly playing, constantly grinding, constantly getting all their reps in. Going to be going into Calhoun on the following turn. Willow out for Gaz there. Shout out to Akron Knights 85 joining us in the chat, a long-term follower of the channel. We see him comment on all the videos. What an absolute legend in the CrawfordCana community. Glad to see you, and best of luck to you, my friend, in your set champs today. In the game so far, Christopher Robin on the board and Calhoun for Bradley against a Will-O-the-Wisp that's going to stick on the field forever, but he can't be exerting that with Calhoun around. That is a huge, huge loss for him and the Will-O-the-Wisp. It means he can get out a 4-cost card here, but I don't think he's running anything like Tigger, which could bounce back the Calhoun, which is a shame. We're going to exert through. We go out for the Genie. Really nice play here. Going to get that additional draw, and then we're going to be passing it on to Bradley. No need to rush in, exerting. We play sensibly and move on. Olaf into the Inkwell. Cheshire Cat comes out onto the field here, and then we're going to be passing. I have to think that an Elsa would have to come down here, and then to me, it's going to be Elsa and Genie takes out the Cheshire Cat. That holds back the turn of going strength for the Rage and Fire for Bradley. If he does not have that Elsa, though, Gaz is going to be in a world of trouble because that Genie will be wiped off the board straight away. He's going to spend out 1 to get the Grandmother Willow. It looks like he didn't have the Elsa. He inks the Hades. He's going to be spending out 4 here, and it looks like we've got Dale. So bigger static characters now. But that's not too bad for Bradley. He is absolutely fine with this. We are definitely going to be... That's a Genie I saw in hand. I think it has to be. Genie comes out onto the field. Forecast, get to draw an additional card. Sing strength for the Cheshire Cat. Take out the Genie on board. But we're going to be able to do quite a lot of challenging with the characters. The Dale effect, meaning that you're challenging with your willpower instead of your strength. But we play down a hard card. Hurl your Thunderbolt straight in the face of Dale, taking him off the... We sing strength of Rage and Fire, taking out another card. Very, very strong positioning from Bradley here. Bradley really showing great levels of control, especially for his age. Well done, Bradley. You are smashing this, but Gaz is still in the game so far. This is an absolute thriller. Game 2 in round 4 so far. This could go either way. Once again, big shout out to Akron Eats in the chat. Massive, massive compliments there. Audition for a DLC. I don't think I'm quite there yet, but I've got my fingers crossed. If I can get a DLC in the future, I would love that. It is a long-term goal for me, something that we're definitely working towards. But enough of me, ladies and gentlemen. Focus on these two. Hades for a deal, comes down, target the card there. Bradley says no, keep drawing, which is good for the Amber Amethyst player here. He is definitely going to be wanting to get that additional card draw while he sets up for Rage and Storm. Of course, have to note that Bradley is only on 2 at the minute. He does not have a lot of... And then our Amber Amethyst player is all the way at 5. Going ahead really quickly. We're inking the Demona here. We stick out the Louisa Magic Girl, and then we're going to be passing turn. Looks like a total of 5 cards on the field, going really well here. But the good thing about Calhoun being here is it means that Will-O-the-Wisp is not able to exert whatsoever. A massive shame because it's such a great card. but Calhoun gives +2 lore every time you take out a character. It's got resist, and obviously zero strength means it does nothing to Calhoun at all. A Dale would change that story, but it was wiped off the board by Bradley. Hitting down, hurled his Thunderbolt. We are not going to be exerting here. Genie came out to field. We're just going to pass straight over to the Amber Amethyst player on a total of 6 ink, but we do have the the Grandmother Willow on the board, meaning we play out 1 less for the next character. Board state is wide. We're in quite the stalemate here. Effectively a game of chicken between these 2 great players to see who is going to be scared enough to exert first. It is going to cause a problem. Of course, Bradley has the Cheshire Cat, and then for Gaz, he has the evasives. He has the big statted Hades, but I have to say I prefer Bradley's board at the minute. However, Gaz is getting very, very close to that Raging Storm turn. If Bradley does not start getting a load of lore quickly, this is going to be game over for him. Dale comes out onto the field. All the characters are a bit stronger here. It doesn't look like he's going to be exerting them, though. Yep, he's decided against it. He's going to non-exert his Genie, ready in that back again, takes off the 2 lore, realizing that he doesn't need to rush because Bradley cannot do much. Now, of course, if he left that Genie exert there, Genie could challenge in. Cheshire Cat could then use 2 as the boost effect to move that down to cross, taking out the Genie for Gaz. Gaz recognizing that he needs to keep that on the field as long as possible. Another Genie comes onto the board here. Only 6 ink for Gaz. We're going to be putting on the pressure as quick as possible. Yzma is then going to go into the ink. Well, boost the Cheshire Cat. And looks like we're going to be passing turn. Bradley, get his board as wide as possible. I'm not sure if perhaps we should have just exerted the Genie there. Force the Genie to challenge in, get some damage on. Gaz goes for the Willow again. 1 less for playing that because we already have a Willow on the field here. We are at a total of 6 ink. He inks the Will-o'-the-Wisp up to 7 ink altogether. Then we're playing down to Mona. This is absolutely massive for Gaz. Dale on the board means everything is challenging with its willpower instead of its strength. He is going to be able to do so much damage clearing on the board here. Really is a shame that Bradley didn't decide to quest, but I can't help but think this is going to stop him from going for that Raging Storm because he has such a wide board state. We're going to be using the Hades then challenging, takes out the Cheshire Cat because Hades is now challenging. Will-o'-the-Wisp could go into Calhoun, take that out in 1. Does he decide to go for it? He does. He gets rid of the Calhoun. And then do we get rid of the Christopher Robin as well? I'm not too sure. He's going to be taking out the Christopher Robin with the Louisa Magical. Of course, it's now a 3-3 because of the big chipmunk. This is absolutely mental. Bradley had such a wide board state, and Amber Amethyst being able to turn it around so quickly. Bradley has had to fight so hard to get to this position, and he has lost his board state. This is absolutely awful for the kid. Is there anything he can do here? I'm not too sure. Dale has absolutely really hindered the purple steel board state. We're then going to be quest for the Dale, going up to 7 total. On the following turn, if we're not able to take out the board, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 lore going to be gained, going up to a total of 17. No mass board removal for the purple steel player. We're then going to be sticking down the Elsa and the Calhoun. We're going to exert the Will-o'-the-Wisp. We're going to challenge in. Elsa takes out the Genie. We've got 4 damage back onto there, and then Genie is going to go in and take out the... Looks like we're getting rid of the Grandmother Willow there as well, but still another one on the field. Gaz is still going to be able to quest here for quite a lot. Is there any threat of the Calhoun? I think he keeps his Dale non-exerted. I think he keeps that readied. There's the threat that all his characters are dealing more damage. Perhaps he doesn't exert the Grandmother Willow, but then everything on the board is dealing 3 damage back, which basically wipes out everything on Bradley's board state. Going to be hitting down that guidebook there. Popped immediately. Spend 3 to do it. 2 to play, 1 to pop it, and then get the additional 2 cards drawn. Then spend in 4 to play down Elsa. Of course, have the Grandmother Willow on the field. 1 less to play. Really, really good start here for Gaz. Elsa's going to be exerting. Takes out the Genie with Dale on the field. Elsa is a 5/5 stat line. That is huge. And then Calhoun is going to be taken out by the Wisp, which is going to go straight back into the hand and then going to be able to be played again. We ink the Demona. No cards going into the hand for Bradley. Will-o'-the-Wisp comes down, and then we are going to be questing out, going to a total of 10 altogether. Wow. What a humongous set for Gaz. He has taken this back completely. I think we're going to be going into a game 3. Doc is down onto the field. I don't think it's enough at this point. Going to stick down the Dumbo. We're then going to stick out another card. We stick down the Palace Guard, and then we're going to quest to go to 3. We use the Gain a Lore draw, and unfortunately, that is it for Bradley. I think we're going to be stacking it. Bradley says that's all. Let's move on to game 3. We have a 3rd game thriller. 1-1 between these two. 12-year-old Bradley, the hero kid from the Cross-Continental Clash, and also Gaz, the megastar from Birmingham, not going down easily. 2 members of the Pendulum Pro team here, ladies and gentlemen, fighting right at the top tables, having an absolute blinder of a performance. This is 1-1 in the final round of Swiss. Both players fighting it out right at the top tables, going all the way to the end, trying to get the ranking point to put them in a better position. They could have ID'd, but they decided, no, we're going to fight this out. We're going to try and put ourselves in that first place position and try and ensure that we can be going first, going on the play in our finals matches. A strategy that I really respect and really appreciate them doing. It can put you in such an advantageous position by being in that first seed position or Swiss, but anything can happen in that top 4. A lot of decks in this room. We've Ruby Sapphire here. We've got Green Blue, which can be really strong against the Amber Amethyst decks. Bradley, of course, probably not wanting to go against Amber Amethyst, running Purple Steel. He would have been wanting to see the Dogs decks. He would have been wanting to see the other mid-range decks. The control decks are a bit of a nightmare. Bradley had to go round 1 against the Blurple deck, and he narrowly missed that one out. So I can't help but to think if Bradley is the one to lose this, he will be out so far. Gaz narrowly lost in the previous round in an Amber Amethyst mirror match against Gary. Both players with 1 loss. They really need to try and get this win here if they want to guarantee their position. Interesting card in the hand there of Bradley. We saw that he held his Thunderbolt. Now risky because that can be taken out by Gaz's Mowgli. The question is, does he go for that straight away when he's probably more than likely going to be going in for the Grandmother Willow, get the additional cards onto the board, go wide as possible, and then try and stop Bradley from singing his songs later on. But we did see how much of a rip it was getting that Strength of Raging Fire and held his Thunderbolt out on the same turn for Bradley. Really piloting Purple Steel like an absolute pro. Fist bump there for the players. Great show of respect between both of them. We're going to be inking Pete, and then turn 1, we are sticking out Captain Hook. Traditional Purple Steel, ladies and gentlemen, like we want to see, passing over to Gaz. Bradley, of course, on the play here, probably going to have a little bit more of a chance than usual. Woody Token goes straight onto the cards. Will-o'-the-Wisp going into the Inkwell, sticking out of Will-o'-the-Wisp, both the promo cards. Lovely gold border there, brand new for the set, then pass and turn over to Bradley. Inking Strength for Raging Fire here, going to be spending that 1 to go for Captain Hook. Do we have another 1 cost? Doesn't look like it. Going to quest for 1 and then pass turn. Captain Hook, of course, has the Challenger 2 ability, meaning that it can take out Will-o'-the-Wisp straight away. Mowgli went into the Inkwell, and then we have Grandmother Willow coming out with a Will-o'-the-Wisp. 3 Will-o'-the-Wisp in the opening hand for Gaz there. A really nice start for him. This is going very well for Amber Amethyst. Iago going into the Inkwell, and then Giant Cobra coming out onto the field, not utilising the effect. Now, I have to say, credit to Bradley for coming up with this Iago strategy. Iago stopped being played quite a lot in the previous sets because there were so many actions about. A lot of people playing less actions now. However, the Amber decks like Dogs and Amber Steel, still a lot of actions there. So easy to take out the Iago, but it's been doing wonders today, and a very strong card, which has been really hard players to get rid of. 2 ink total on the Amber Amethyst players side. Got double Will-o'-the-Wisp and Grandmother Willow on the field. The next card is going to come out for 1 cost less, meaning we can get a 4 cost if we ink an additional card this turn, which of course Gaz is going to be doing. Double Hook and a Giant Cobra on the board state. If Bradley has a Strength for Raging Fire, can use that on a Will-o'-the-Wisp, take it out straight away, and it will be gone from the game. It will not go back to the hand. It only returns to the hand when it is banished in a challenge. But realistically, just quite an annoying card that is sticking around and really, really threatening. Louisa Madrigal going to be going into the Inkwell here, going to be exerting 3. We spend out for the Dale. All characters now going to be in challenges using their willpower instead of their strength. That means these Will-o'-the-Wisps are now 3/3 stat lines, taking out both the Captain Hooks if they challenge in, and Will-o'-the-Wisp will, of course, return back to hand. Really strong start here from Gaz. Utilising your Dale on the turn 3 is absolutely magical, putting so much pressure on your opponent. We ink the additional Strength for Raging Fire, play down Genie, and then 3 cards ready on the field. Is he going to challenge in? No, Bradley just says pass. I'm not sure this is the right strategy, Bradley. I'd want to be getting as much lore as possible at the early starts of this game. I think realistically, you need to have to risk it, take out the cards, start getting the questing in. But once again, you don't want to lose your board state because of the Dale effect. Oh no, unfortunately, Horseman Strikes come down, gets Genie straight off the field. This is the negative of playing against Amber Amethyst. It wipes your evasives too quickly. Only 3 cards in the hand for Bradley. Looks like we got a Doc there, which isn't the end of the world. Got a Demona as well. No, it's a He held his Thunderbolt, a Calhoun, and a Demona. Okay, Demona could be really good in a couple of turns, but 2 uninkwables there. He may have to ink the Demona. Another Mowgli going into the Inkwell for Gaz. Going to be quest for 2 with the Will-o'-the-Wisps. 3/3 stat lines at the minute, and then going to be passing turn. Safe to quest them. Does not want to exert the Grandmother Willow at the minute. Does not want to get rid of the card, which is keeping him in this game. Elsa's going to be coming down. He has to exert the Dale there, and then Giant Cobra is going to go in, take it out. I think realistically, the hooks go in, take out the willows. They do, but that's going to be going straight back into Gaz's hand. He can use that for ink on the following turns, or he can play them out straight back onto the board. But only a Grandmother Willow on the board, a lot less threatening. Bradley done well to be patient, hold himself off, not rush too much, and then keep himself in the game by clearing the board state. Comment in the chat there saying it would have been smart to use the strength on the Dell. I have to agree with you. It would have been really smart to do so, but I think he's elected to keep board presence over the songs. Of course, these songs can be ripped by the Mowgli, but 2 of them are already into the Inkwell as well. A different strategy of what you want to do, but we have managed to get this working. We have managed to get rid of the big cards. Double Hook and Elsa on the board. Really good start. We're going to be inking the library, spend out on the Will-O'-the-Wisp, and then we're going to be pass and turn. Hades looking for a deal there. Really, really nice card to have onto the field, especially if you can get the additional draw. Going to be ink the Christopher Robin. We go, yes, very nice. He held his Thunderbolt right in the face, straight off the board. No deals for you, my friend. You are straight into the discard pile. And then Calhoun onto the field, meaning that Gaz can no longer exert on the following turn. He is on a total of 5 ink altogether. He can be inking again and then spend it out to get a bigger card. Of course, Grandmother Willow making 1 less, but this is looking good for Bradley at the minute. This is looking very, very good. He had a rocky start. Gaz was really playing well at the beginning, but slowly run out of steam after losing his board state. Calhoun is such a threat for these lower statted characters, taking no damage back and being able to wipe them out in one single turn, one single foul swoop, and gaining lore as well. 2 to 5 deficit for Bradley. We're going to be exerting here. Hades is looking for a deal again. Has to be the Elsa, surely, that's sticking on. Get rid of the evasive threat. Bradley says, I don't care what card you're putting it on, mate. Draw. Go ahead. Take your 2 additional cards. But that is good for Gaz. He's going to want that additional draw whilst he sets up for the Rage and Storm turn. Going to be spending that 1 to get another Will-O'-the-Wisp back onto the field. Not going to be exerting, once again, because the Calhoun there, but it's not forever that Calhoun is going to stay there. If he is able to get down a Cheshire Cat, he can manipulate damage across and then take out the Calhoun. Double Will-O'-the-Wisp, Grandmother Willow, and Hades on the field for Bradley. Double Hook, Elsa, and Calhoun. We've got Christopher Robin coming down on the field. 2 cost character, 1/3 stat line, quest for 2. Going to be quest for 1 of the Elsa. No evasive threats there. A very, very smart play. Comment by Lorcana there, just saying that Strength for Erasing Fire was the only inkable card in his hand, so he had no choice but to play that down. Makes sense, but we do have Horseman Strikes there, taking out the Elsa. A very good hit for Gaz, especially for a 3-cost action. A shame to lose that so quickly, but Elsa comes down the field. We exert the Calhoun, then Hades is going to go in, take that out. We are now free to quest with our Will-O'-the-Wisp, going up to a 7 total. Pete Games referee coming out onto the field. We are on 7 ink, meaning that we would be able to hit down that Rage and Storm if he has it, but not right now because Pete is slowing him down. Captain Hook can be sending the Will-O'-the-Wisp back to the hand. It is only a Grandmother Willow and the Elsa on the field now. Pete, Captain Hook on the field. These Captain Hooks have survived for a mass of turns, but the Elsa is a good threat for Gaz to be able to work with. He doesn't need to worry about taking this board state out. Bradley is questing for low numbers here, but he's going to hit down another Elsa, exert the Pete, and then they're going to take out the double hooks there, leaving only Pete on the field. Couple of damage counters going on to the Elsa. If we get the Cheshire Cat out here and start manipulating the field, this is going to go very well for Amber Amethyst. Bradley is very quickly starting to run out of steam. I'm not too sure if he even has any cards left. If he doesn't find some draw quickly, this game is very quickly going to go to Gaz. Great's Criminal Mind goes into the Inkwell, then we're spending out on a Will-O'-the-Wisp. Second one there. Dumbo goes onto the field, so we get some additional card draw, which is nice for Bradley, but nothing he can do right now. He can't take out the Elsa. He's just going to have to pass the turn very quickly, going in the favor of the Amber Amethyst player. This would be a shame to see Bradley knocked out the tournament in the final rounds. He's fighting so hard to stay in the tournament. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, this guy is 12 years old and playing at the top leagues of a high caliber tournament with some very strong players here today. Going to be quest for the 2 with the Elsa. We're going to be using the Dumbo effect, gain a lore, and draw. 2 cards drew into hand. We still have 3 ink remaining, and we can still ink for this turn. We ink the Demona. We are not giving any cards into the hand of Bradley. Pay down to the Cheshire Cat. Lovely card to see. And another Will-O'-the-Wisp coming down. These Will-O'-the-Wisps are not going anywhere. They've stayed for so long in all these games. You have seen the value of how much lore they are gaining. They have been fantastic cards. They play around Cheshire Cat. They stick around. They keep coming back, and it is constant lore source. That is Gaz on a total of 12 with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 characters on board and 3 evasive threats. Demona has to come down. Gaz gets to draw a card. He's going to be able to challenge with the Pete, but there's not really much that he can do. He's had to spend all his ink on the Demona. If he had a strength for Rage and Fire, it would be great, but I think he's already got rid of all of them. Pete is going to be taking out the Grandmother Willow. The Will-o'-the-Wisp just came straight back down onto the field. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lore. Gaz is going to go to 19. I think that's over, ladies and gentlemen. 3 cards in hand for Bradley. There's nothing he can do here, unless I'm mistaken. I don't think there's anything teched in his deck to be able to beat this. Absolutely phenomenal showing from Gaz here. Really, really showing the strength of the Amber Amethyst deck. I think this is going to be the first confirmed deck into our top 4. We are going to be spending out the 2 here. We've got another Grandmother Willow coming down onto the board. We have plenty of things still remaining. Board state is going wide. Adele comes onto the field. Elsa is now going to be able to take out the Dumbo, making sure that he can win this game safely, and there is no way that Bradley can come back. This stops the draw. It stops him being able to challenge invasives. But Ohana means family comes down onto the field, a mass draw, and that is it, ladies and gentlemen. Gaz straight into the top 4. A massive congratulations, and so unlucky for the Wonder Kid Bradley. Both these players on Team Pendulum, on our pro team, fought for their lives there. Fantastic game. Bradley taking the win in the first set, and so unlucky. Gaz just able to control the board a little bit better than he could, but it makes sense. This is a really, really challenging match for Bradley in this game. Purple Steel really struggles against Amber Amethyst. As an Amber Amethyst player, I'm going to want to see the Purple Steels, the Ruby Amethyst. Any tempo style deck is a blessing for you to see, but also against Blurple, really, really strong. The only thing it really struggles against is the Dogs deck and the green-blue decks, and also the new come-in Ruby Sapphire deck. We do have another Amber Amethyst player in the top cut, I believe. I think if he ID'd in that match, we're going to have both Gaz and Gary on Amber Amethyst going through into our top 4, which is very interesting to see. Both Amber Amethyst players, the only 2 in the tournament, making it into the top 4. That says a lot about the deck and about the type of abilities that it has to keep you going in these larger scale tournaments. Really, really fantastic performance from both players. Ladies and gentlemen, stick with us. We are going to be going into our top 4. I will not be leaving you for long. It is going to be one hell of a tour. And once again, we have a win a case buy on the line for the 1st of August for our winner of this tournament, and lots of prizes going out to our players for only £15. Shout out to Pendulum Game for inviting us down today, and shout out to everyone in chat, everyone watching. Thank you for sticking with us, CrawfordCana Legends. Can't wait to see you in the next match. Stay tuned. Ladies, gentlemen, CrawfordCana legend and Illuminator, we are back. We are ready to go. It is the top 4 here at Pendulum Gaming, live in Grantham. We have 2 players already been on stream today. We've got Gaz, and we also have Ashley. This is going to be a nice one. We have our Amber Amethyst player, Gaz, against Ashley on Blurple here. This is certainly going to be an interesting game. Now, Gareth is actually unbeaten so far in the tournament. He went 3-0, then ID'd in the final round. So he is our number 1 seed, and then Ashley is number 4 seed. So we are going to have Gareth on the play here. Advantage definitely goes to the Amber Amethyst player, but is Ashley capable of pulling out a big upset? We will soon find out. This is certainly going to be a good one. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we have a buy for an upcoming winner case at Angle Entertainment in Peterborough on the line August 1st. Make sure you get your tickets bought for that. I hope to see you all there. I, of course, will be casting that event, and I can't wait to get there. We, of course, had our winner from Angle, their store champs today, Chris Chalk. He unfortunately just scraped out the top cut. He didn't make it into the top 8 with a 2-2 stat line. He was very unlucky, but a well-thought event. But we are ready and raring for our top 4 here. And it looks like we've got a mirror board state here. We've got Louisa into a Louisa. Going to be sending the cards out, letting them see what's in hand there. No actions there, so no hit for the Mowgli. Interesting, though, that Gareth has attempted to get rid of the Horseman Strikes there. Something that I thought he would have been looking to keep a little bit longer, but he has obviously decided against it. Obviously, didn't see the Will-o'-the-Wisp there, which is a little bit of a shame, but Mowgli's still not an awful start. We are probably going to be looking to get that Dale out nice and quickly in this matchup, though. Dumbo going down into the Inkwell, getting Tipo straight out onto the field. Tipo and Louisa ready and raring to go. Now, Blurple has to be so careful with their evasives in this game because Gareth is going to be able to rip them nice and quickly. I will just let you know, though, we have an interesting top cut today. First seed is Amber Amethyst. Second seed, we have our other Amber Amethyst deck. We then also have Blurple, which is 4 seed, and 3rd seed is our green blue player. So a really interesting wide field there, but 2 of the Amber Amethyst lists. I did a little bit of digging for you. It turns out we actually had 3 Amber Amethyst lists today, and 2 of them have made it into the top 4, which is a phenomenal sign deck in the current meta. It was even able to take down dogs in the last round for one of the players. A very thrilling match. That was against Ben from Ravensburger, who was a little bit unlucky, didn't see the cards that he needed, but a very wide board state for the Amber Amethyst player, able to just take them down. Now, 3 cards on the field for our Blurple player. We've got the Merryweather out card, which is not ideal for the Amber Amethyst player to see. The ward characters are really difficult to deal with because of the higher stat line. Only a Louisa left on the board now. Mowgli has been taken out. 2-1 deficit, though. Gareth just slightly in the lead, but still very early states of the game here. Dale comes out to the board. Now we have our Louisa being a 3-3 stat line, which is certainly impressive. However, Merryweather is still going to be able to take her out straight away on the next turn, and I imagine that's what we want to do with that challenge there, unless we get down the Elsa and we go for the Dale. We do get the Elsa down. Dale is exerted, and Elsa is going to run in, take out Louisa, and then Merryweather takes out the Dale. A fantastic showing here for the Blurple player, getting rid of the difficult cards on board, not letting Amber Amethyst keep them down. Gareth is going to have to work hard for this one, ladies and gentlemen. Obviously, Gareth, the first match on our stream early on, had a phenomenal taking the match very comfortably in a 2-0, but it is all to play for here in the top 4, our semi-finals of the Pendulum Gaming Store Champs. Ginny comes down on the field, a good strategy against the Blurple players. Play the evasive game, make them work to have to use their hard removal, get them to ramp you up. Hades going to be coming down on the field here. Gareth, of course, is going to be letting them draw. Needs to keep that evasive threat there. He can't let them just start questing out and start doing whatever they want. However, Gareth can start working towards that Raging Storm turn, and hopefully this Blurple player, Ashley, is soon going to be sticking that Genie into the Inkwell, giving him a little bit of an advantage. But Blurple aggroing out a little bit here, 4-2, currently in the lead. Hades, Tipo, Merryweather, and Elsa on. We've got another Genie in hand there. I don't think it's a bad idea to get the additional card draw. Genie going into the Elsa is not going to work out well here. Genie goes in for the challenge, takes out the Tipo there. Got Cheshire Cat coming down onto the field. Elsa into the inkwell. We are going to be boosting that Cheshire Cat. Then we're going to... Now, can't do that, Gareth. Unfortunately, it's got ward, so that's not going to work for you. Unfortunately, keywords extremely, extremely important. It looks like he's went for the wrong play here. Going to have to move that onto the Elsa. A narrow, narrow miss out, which he can't afford to be doing in the final parts of this tournament. Really, really unlucky showing here for Gareth. We have Merryweather, Elsa, and Hades on the board. Blurple is currently at 6 ink. They are able to get Hades out on this turn if they ink a card. And I can't help but to think it would have to be on that Genie, but I'm sure that is exactly what Gareth wants to do, get them a little bit further ahead. Gareth is currently on 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 ink altogether. We're going to be hitting the guidebook straight away. We want to be getting that additional draw. Ashley cleverly worked out the Raging Storm is probably going to be coming quick. Sven is then going to be coming down and rushes in, takes out the Genie. Very nice, Ashley, controlling this board. Going to be continuing to quest here. Goes up to a... Nope. Yes, we do follow through the quest. Another free lore gained, going up to 7. This is looking very, very strong. Blurple player here so far. I'd have to imagine that Cheshire Cat is going to be going in, taking out that Sven, then move the damage across. But it's not going to be enough to take out any other characters so far. We've exerted 4, played out the Genie. We've got 2 inks still remain, can ink another 1 time. Gareth needs to hope that he has that Raging Storm in hand. Otherwise, this game is going to fall apart. And I think this may be taken by Ashley. Our number 1 seed could be going down very quickly. Are we passing over there? We still got a bit we can do. We're going to use 2 to boost up the Cheshire Cat. We're going to manipulate that damage. We're going to move the damage from Elsa, take out the Sven. Very clever play there from Gareth. Don't let an additional card stay on the board. Don't let him get any more lore than he needs to. If you've just joined us, we are here live for our top 4 match, ladies and gentlemen. Mowgli's just got into there. Out to Blurple, Hades, Merryweather, and Elsa on the board state. We have a total of 7 ink available for the Blurple player. They have the opportunity to get rid of the Genie if they want to with a Hades, but I don't think they're going to be doing that because they don't want to give them the additional ink. Need to be very careful against that with the Raging Storm decks. Looks like we're potentially going to be sending another card into the inkwell there. Ashley just slightly hesitating, trying to work out what the best option is in his hand. He's going to be playing now. Goes for the Dumbo. Very smart here. Keep getting the additional draw. I like to see this. Exert, gain a lore draw with the Elsa, going up to total of 8. Gets to draw another card in hand. Playing around the Raging Storm turns with draw is so essential. Hit the Sail the Azurite Sea. Don't build your board too wide. And then it looks like we're then going to sing Let It Go with the Hades, getting the Genie into the inkwell, going up to 9 altogether. Quest of the Merryweather. Very, very good turn. However, this puts us in reach of Raging Storm. The question is, does Gareth have it? He hits down, Horseman Strikes, gets rid of the Dumbo straight away. No more card draw for you, Ashley. This is a potential opportunity for our man Gareth to be able to come back into this game, but Ashley is certainly in the lead here. What a showing from these 2 players. This is going to be a tight one. Obviously, we have 70 minutes on the round for the top 4, a little bit longer than the normal Swiss turn, so we can afford to play a little bit slower here, but both players playing at a very strong speed, not slowing down whatsoever. They're thinking about their turns, they're being cautious, but they're not being wasteful about it. Library's coming down onto the field, and it looks like we're going to pass and turn. I do like to see that coming onto the field, especially if we do get the Raging Storm coming out, just so we can keep getting that passive lore and keep Gareth in the game. But once again, not loads of cards in hand. He's going to want to get some card draw soon. Now, a little bit of mind games here for Ashley. He's going to be aware Gareth is on rear ink. So does he start committing to the board to try and get extra lore, or does he play around it? But if Gareth doesn't have it, then it's an absolute waste of a couple of turns, because it means that Ashley's just given up free lore, which he could be quite comfortably taking. Going to be getting that beautiful enchanted Louisa Madrigal onto the field here. No shift line here, just playing it straight out. I believe that's a 5 cost. And then I believe we're going to be using the effect to move the damage across from Merryweather onto there, and then pops it onto the Cheshire Cat, getting rid of it without even do a challenge. Very, very good play there. Double Demona and Bell, not what Gareth wants to see. He needs those Demonas to get the additional card draw. Going to go up to 3 at the start of his turn. Now is the time that he's going to want to hit that Raging Storm, get those characters off the board, but he's not going to have much he can play, and the Blurple player still has cards in hand, which is definitely a negative. Going to be hitting down the Horseman Strikes. We're going to get to draw the additional card as well, but 2 cards still on the board for the Blurple player, and on 11 already. Gareth is on a massive, massive deficit. He doesn't have a lot of ink remaining. Hopefully he can play something out, get into the library, get the Genie there. That is good. Get the additional card draw. Like to see that. That has to go into the library this turn, surely. But once again, if it's a Hades that comes down, you get no benefit from the Genie being popped there, because it goes into the inkwell instead of being banished. He does decide to put it in there. That stops an Elsa coming down, exerting it, and any shenanigans with the Louisa. So smart to do, but a Hades could be very, very debilitating here. Now, our Blackpool player actually does not quite have enough to be able to take out the library. I don't think. No, he does, in fact, because Louisa is a massive stat line. 4 stat line, I believe, and then +4 for the Merryweather. And then the Genie comes down, the Hades comes down, takes out the Genie. This is not looking good for Amber Amethyst here. Through the whole day, we've seen a dominant performance for our Amber Amethyst players. But currently, it's not looking good. But we do hit the Raging Storm. Straight down, wipes the whole entire board. Board reset. This is exactly what Gareth needed. He needs to try and stay in this game, but at this point, he barely has anything. He's going to ink the Chris Robin, spend out to get the Grandmother Willow, and then the Palace Guard for 1 cost less. At least he has a board state, but no draw seen for Gareth yet. He is certainly struggling here when it comes to card draw. Tipo comes down, not the best card there for Ashley, and then going to be spending down Sven. Really good evasive card there. If he gets a Horseman off the top, this could be nuts, but I don't think he has it. 2 low-cost characters on the board, going to be quested for 1, going to a total of 4, and then we're going to bounce out, get the Madam Mim Elephant to the field. Really, really strong play there. That is really, really beefy, and most importantly, any damage on Madam Mim, you get to move 2 damage counters at the start of your turn. Protected the Palace Guard there, but Hades comes down once again, sending the Elephant into the discard. Gareth is top decking. Dale comes out onto the board. Not too bad here. We're going to take out the Tipo with Grandmother Willow. You have to quest surely with your Palace Guard. Try and get some at least. Maybe we can take out the Hades on the following turn, but he's got nothing to deal with this evasive threat so far. I think Ashley just has to keep questing here, keep putting the pressure on, and make Gareth work for it, make him dig to try and find another Raging Storm. Now, he does have a few in his deck. His list is previously built on my Amber Amethyst list, only a couple of cards different, mainly with the 1 cost where he's elected to use the Louisas instead of the Will-o'-the-Wisps. I personally think Will-o'-the-Wisp is a bit of a stronger card, just it keeps returning back, but it certainly worked well here today for Gareth. Going to quest for 3 here, up to 16, and we're going to be passing turn. Looks like only 1 or 2 cards in hand for the Blurpool player, but Gareth top deck as well. Elsa comes down. This is fantastic because now he can one-shot this Sven with the, and then we are going to ram the Palace Guard and the Dale into the Hades to be able to get rid of it. This is really, really good for Gareth. He's fighting to keep in it, and then he's able to quest with the Grandmother Willow going up to 6. It's not over yet, but a couple of cards in the hand for our Blackpool player who definitely has options. Merryweather comes down. Ward card is really difficult to deal with. 2 cards left in hand, and we pass. We're going to have to work, start questing out here, but it's risky. We get the library. This is fantastic for Gareth right now. Library comes down, move all the cards into there, and then we just want a quest out. We need to put the pressure on, and that is exactly what he's doing. Really good comeback here from Gareth, but he's not accepting the Dale, meaning that there's not a way to stop the extra damage from coming back onto the Merryweather, protecting the additional characters. Really smart here from Gareth. Library going to get the passive law. On the following turn, we can go to 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6 for the library. Can go up to 15 if nothing is taken out. But I'm sure Merryweather is probably going to be taking out the Palace Guard or Willow, but it means it's extra draw for Gareth. If he can find a Hades top here, this could be absolutely nuts getting rid of the Dale, but the question is, does he have it? Has Ashley found the magic to keep him in this game? Has he found enough to be able to get him over the line? I don't know, but this game has been close after a very poor start from Gareth, not finding any draw whatsoever. Ladies and gentlemen, I've said time and time again, cards like the library are essential in Lorcana. It makes your opponent choose, it makes them make awkward decisions, and this is exactly what you want them to do. However, Scuttle comes onto the field, going up to 17 with Merryweather. This is game state on board for Ashley. This means that Gareth has no choice but to challenge on this turn. We can take out the Merryweather with the Elsa. We get another library off the top. This could be really strong. Elsa is going in, taking out the Merryweather. We get to draw another card, get the guidebook. We have to play that first, surely, get the additional card draw. We're going to play that. We get 2 cards into hand. We get the Genie and we get a Demona. This is really, really nice. I think Genie has to come down there. Genie, get the additional card draw. Quest out with the characters. Take yourself up to 14 altogether. But it does mean that our player here, Ashley on Blurple, is going to go to 19 with the Scuttle. He's going to ink the library, a very brave choice. And he plays down the Demona. That's the Scuttle. It looks like he's going to decide to take it out. Very, very clever. Palace Guard and Willow surely have to go into that. Protect the Dale, questing out, and let continue. You then get the additional cards in hand from the library effect. Make the right play, Gareth. To be sensible here, do not make the wrong choice. Do not get rid of your Dale for no reason. Ohana means family comes down. We're going to heal a character here. Loads of cards drawn, really, really strong. And then we're going to take out the Scuttle, another card drawn. We are getting 2 cards in hand, and then we are fresh to quest with Dale, going up to 12. The next turn, we are going to be able to go up to 14 here for our Amber Amethyst player. Really, really strong sign here. Demona and Dale on the board. T-Po's going into the Inkwell. Surely he has something. Surely there's something he can play onto the board to hold off Gareth a little longer. but it's going to have to be a Hades. It's going to have to be something special, or Gareth might be able to catch up and take the game. He does not have what he's looking for here. Play Sail the Azurite Sea, Inked Tipo. Not a lot of good cards in hand for Ashley here. We still have a total of 7 ink remaining. He's been looking for the Hades, but it doesn't look like he's been able to find it. Hesitant for what to play. It's a Demona. He's going to exert everything. This means Demona is not going to be readying now. This is smart. Stopping Demona from readying means that Gareth can only go to 15 next turn. Really, really clever. And Demona, being a beefy character, means that he's got a shot at taking out the library on the following turn if he finds an Elsa. But Gareth has a lot of options here. He can still keep going. He can still keep digging. This is 17-13. Blurple narrowly in the lead. 2 cards remain in hand. 3 cards, sorry, from the Demona. We're up to 15. We've quested with the Dale, and it looks like he's still got another option to play. Counting out his ink here. Is it another big card? Is it another threat? We're going to hit down the Raging Storm, get rid of it, and we're going to draw another 2 cards. This is Gareth saying, no, I'm going to rely on getting this location over the line for me, and he still has a couple of cards, so a couple of inks that he can play. Hand has been completely refilled. This is absolutely crazy. We spent out 2 for the Willow, 1 for the Louisa, and then we're going to be passing turn. I think it would have been smart to put those characters in the location there, but potentially it doesn't matter. Gareth is really fighting hard here. This has been a mega turnaround, a great showing from the Amber Amethyst player. Massive well done to Gareth. Is there anything that Ashley can do to keep him off taking the win? 2 very low-cost characters, 2 very low-stat characters, but they still quest. He needs to find a way to be able to get rid of this library. Does he have anything in the list, like the Cusco, to be able to get rid of the location straight into the Inkwell? I'm not too sure. We're going to ink Merryweather there. You've got quite a lot of ink there. I'm not sure it's smart to be inking that. You need your characters. Isis Vandershield comes down to the board. We're going to exert the Isis, and then we go for the Demona. We are going to get additional cards drawn into hand. None extra for Gareth, who has a whole mass of card draw. He did not see any card draw at the beginning, but he has loads now. Unfortunately, though, this is 3 lore on the board for Isis and Demona. This is game state on the board for Ashley, unless Gareth can find a way to clear it. He's got plenty of cards in hand. Is there anything he can do to exert? Elsa comes down, exerts the Demona, exactly what he needed. Demona now can't ready on the following turn. You're going to need to quest out. He sticks down the Dale. Really, really strong play there. We're then going to be spending out. We get the Elsa to exert the Isis. We're then going to go Elsa into Isis, and then you just quest out here, surely, at this point, Gareth. Take the lore that you can get, going all the way up to 18, and we're going to be passing turn. Location and 5 characters on the field is looking in the favour for Gareth, who has fought back. I think he's got the game. Hades comes down, going to be sending a card into the Inkwell. Hades, Dale goes into the Inkwell from Hades. It's not quite enough, though. Is there anything that he has to still go? And he's going to dig a little bit more. Junior Woodchuck Guidebook. And it looks like that is it, ladies and gentlemen. Gareth has taken the first set. Massive showing for Amber Amethyst. What a performance. Gareth was so far behind there. The Blurple player really went aggro at the start. He fought well, but getting to the library completely turned this game around. He had barely any options. He was not able to do anything. He was in a terrible, terrible position, but he found a way around, and that is the sign of a competent player. Somebody who can take a game that you are clearly going to lose, turn it around, turn it into your advantage, and then take the win off of it. A huge congratulations for Gareth taking that first set there. Ashley is now going to be on the play. He was on the draw in that game when he was able to aggro quite quickly, so it may be a different story here. He may be able to take it from Gareth underneath him, and then Gareth would be on the play in the final game, definitely having the advantage. But I think Amber Amethyst is such a hard matchup for Blurple to play against. Does Gareth have the ability to take this 2-0? Can he win the top 4 match 2-0? It's definitely going to be hard, but it is a thrilling game. If you have just joined us, we are in our top 4, ladies and gentlemen. We've just had game 1 of our first top 4 match. It was a win for Gareth on Amber Amethyst. We are now going to have Ashley, the Blurple player, on the play here. Hopefully going to be able to have a little bit more of an explosive start, continue that momentum, keep the draw going, and get as much lore as possible before Gareth is able to get up to that Raging Storm turn, which definitely saved his bacon in that game. If he didn't find that, it would have been game over very, very quickly. Notably, though, he didn't have the Grandmother Willow. He does want to get that 1 cost into Willow into 1 cost to be able to have that ideal start. He wants to be able to get the wide board as well, make it difficult for Blurple. Looks like he's got Mowgli in hand there. I don't always like the idea of Mowgli going first, especially when you're going second. But if you're on the play, it can be brutal to rip the Sail the Azurite Sea off the Blurple player. and then take advantage from there. If Blurple doesn't ramp, the deck completely falls apart. Oh no, that is not fortunate. He drew into a couple of cards that he does not want to see there. Double Raging Storm into the hand. That is very, very bricky. This deck does not have a lot of uninkable characters in it. It is built specifically to be consistent, but he's had a bit of bad luck with the draw there. We've got the Horseman Strike, so if we get some evasive characters on the board, he can fill out his hand a little bit more, get the additional draw, but we do not want to see that many Raging Storms this early in the game. However, if we set up for it, focus on inking and getting there quickly. Yep, Gareth, don't you worry. I've seen it, mate. I've seen no Raging Storms. You don't need to flash it to us. That is a brick, my friend. Look it up in the Oxford Dictionary and let me know what the exact definition of brick is. I think it's going to say Gareth's hand right here. Right, we are going to be inking a Demona and then playing out the Royal Guard and then passing turn. Fantastic card. 1/2 stat line gets additional strength for every card that's drawn for the turn. So it's really good when you get a genie out, or if you hit down a second star to the right, really boost this character up to crazy levels. And with a lot of high willpower cards in the game, it's essential to be able to get that additional stat line on there to take out these beefier characters. Christopher Robin going into the Inkwell, we're going to spend it out and get a Louisa Madrigal. Now, this can take out the Palace Guard in one. The difference between my list is I, of course, have the Will of the Wisp, which I don't think that Gareth is running. These, of course, cannot do any challenging. So Louisa, a little bit better going the draw, a little bit better when you go in second. However, I do like how much Will of the Wisp stays on the board and keeps the threat going. Going to be hit down Sail the Azra. So you're going to ink the Demona as an additional card. We'll pass and turn, no extra card. Going to ink the Horseman Strikes. There are 2 of them in the hand. This is really a poor Gareth. Not what he wants to see. I think that's all he's able to do for his turn, which is definitely a massive negative. Gareth has not seen the cards here. He's going to have to fight hard, ladies and gentlemen, to stay in this game. By not playing here, the Blurple player is going to very quickly realize that he does not have decent options. Merryweather is coming out onto the field here. Ward character, not what Gareth wants to see. He's not going to be able to get rid of that. We do have the Madam Mim Elephant in the hand. That is going into the Inkwell. Then we're going to be spending out, playing the library. Interesting. I don't think it's the best position here because if our Blurple player has the Elsa, they're going to be able to one-shot it, but at least it slows them down a tiny bit. And looking at Gareth's hand, he doesn't have any other options. Going to be inking the Merryweather there. Going to be spending out. Do we have the Elsa? Of course, this could fall into Gareth's plan. He's got the Horseman Strikes. No, he goes for the big Louisa coming down onto the field, and then we are going to be rushing the 2 characters in, taking some damage into the library, but not quite enough to be able to take it out. Our player Ashley just deciding whether he wants quest or do damage into the library. Does the damage instead. We got the plus strength from the Royal Guard because we drew for that turn. Gareth's hand's still looking very, very weak. Now, it could be smart here to get out the Dale, boost the strength of Louisa, and then take out... Well, I don't think so. Maybe moving it into the library is just a more clever idea, but either way, the library is going to be lost on this turn. He has done is buy himself a little bit of time here, which is very clever. We are going to go straight into that Royal Guard, get rid of it straight away, meaning that we are going to have to commit into challenging with at least one of these cards to get rid of the library. Louisa at least staying on the board as well. But because Dale's on the field, that is going to be 3 damage back into whatever challenges into it. So not enough to protect the library, but at least it's a consistent start. Gareth working his way through. Very poor start, a very little option start, having to fight hard just to go for a semi-decent curve. Unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you can be a little bit too greedy on the mark, fall into poor positions like this, where you do not see the cards see at the right time. Held on to that Horseman Strikes, could get use out of it later to be able to pop one of the Elsas. I don't think I saw any genies in the list, so he's going to be targeting those Elsas specifically to get the card draw. But with this many Raging Storms in his hand, he needs to consistently ink every single turn and focus on that. Get himself to the turn 8, keeping it in there. Hades looking for a deal is going to come onto the board. I don't think Gareth can get rid of this here. He allows him to draw, which is a shame because coming up to Raging Storm, you do not Blurple player to keep drawing. You want their hand to be running out of steam when they're top deck, and that's when you can take advantage of them. All 5 costs spent though, and then we're going to be singing Let It Go. Dale goes into think, well, this is very good for Gareth. Ashley has made a terrible misplay here, not realizing about the Raging Storms that we have in hand. This is only helping Gareth's very, very poor start. We're going to be re-exerting our character there. Draw for turn. We've got the Cheshire Cat there. We're going to be sticking 1 card into the ink as a minimum, but at least we have a little bit ramp now. We are getting closer to that turn 8 turn. Only 2 characters in the hand for the Blurple player. So a lot of ink, a lot of cards on the board, but if they overcommit here, Gareth can really take advantage of this. And of course, no law on the board for the Blurple player yet. Cheshire Cat is going to be going into the ink. Well, we're going to quest for the 1. We're just going to be passing turn. Now, unfortunately for Gareth, this is a massive tell. Does have the Raging Storm. However, Ashley may just read this as he's brick, which he has, to be fair. He's got a horrific hand. He has not had a good start, but it depends what Ashley reads of the situation. Sail the Azure at Sea, going to be going into the Inkwell, going to be taking out the Louisa Madrigal with the Elsa. Another card onto the board, but this is great because we can now take out the Elsa and get the additional card draw as well. I think you have to do that, especially with a lot of uninkables in his hand. He's interesting. He has decided not to play Horseman Strikes there. I think the right play is playing it down on that Elsa and committing. I don't know if he's hoping that Ashley is going to play out a more threatening, evasive card, or he's going to try and leave it to later, save it for later in the game. He's drew a Genie, unbelievable. He keeps getting so many uninkables, and then he hits down the Raging Storm, wipes the board. He's kept himself in the game. Well done, Gareth. You've managed to get there. You've managed to keep yourself in the game. You've still got another Storm in your hand. Fight your way through this, but this is tight. This is the worst possible start you could get with this deck. A complete brick, seeing constant uninkables, not seeing drawing cards, not seeing cards to get you over the line. Demona comes down. He's going to draw additional cards. Then Gareth draws none. This is not what he wants to see whatsoever. If he can find a way to exert Demona, this will be great for him because it means Demona will be absolutely useless. He draws there, goes into the Christopher Robin. I think realistically, you go for the Genie there, get the additional card drawn, spend out on the Christopher Robin, see what you can do there. Looks like he is going for it. He goes down for the Genie, draws the additional card, another card into hand. He's got the Demona in hand now that could be useful in the following turn, just to constantly exert there. Willow comes out onto the field. Then we're going to spend another one to play out Christopher Robin, and then do we have another card to play? Looks like no, so we're just going to be passing turn there over to Ashley on Blurple. Only Demona out onto the field. Now the question is, will he overcommit since Raging Storm's already happened? If he does, this could literally give such a huge advantage to Gareth. This could really get him back into the game here. It depends on how smart he is. If he's predicted whether the second Raging Storm or not is in hand. Genie going into the Inkwell, getting the Hades onto the field. This is good for Gareth. Big characters come down. If he plays down another card, it is almost a guarantee that the Raging Storm is going to be coming out on the following turn. He really wants him to filter his hand out, get rid of all his cards. He's inked the Elsa. He's going to quest with the Demona, going to 9 altogether, then going to be passing turn. Looks like he still has a single card in hand. I have to say, I think this is the right time to hit that Storm down, quest out your 2 characters. He's going to go for the guidebook and then play down the Demona. Exerts both. Really smart here. He's not committed to the Storm yet. Give himself a chance to get back in the game, get the law. Demona now can't do anything. Plays out the Louisa Magical as well. Gone for a little bit of a wider board. Gareth working hard to keep in here. Really, really good play from Gareth. Heads up thinking, being very clever. Of course, we've had the minus stat lines because of the Willow. He's just having a little bit of a think about what he wants to quest with here. Going to be questing with both characters. Goes up to a total of 5, getting him a lot closer into the game. Demona now cannot ready. Only the Hades. And I think because of the board state, Hades is going to have to challenge, go into the Christopher Robin. It's a difficult one, but I think you have to get rid of the Demona on board state, Gareth. He's having to think about it, and he does get rid of it. This is the smart play. Do not keep that on the board state. Do not let the Blurple player draw anymore. You need him to run out of resources to keep yourself in this game. Tipo going into the Inkwell. He's going to play out an additional card. It is falling into the trap of Storm if he goes for it. This is Dumbo comes out onto the field. We do not have an evasive. Get the immediate effect, though. Going to quest for 2 with the Hades. Designed to aggro it out. Smart by the Blurple player, but this is a wide board state that Gareth can really take advantage of. One single card in the hand. If he has a Horseman Strikes, you've got to use that. But immediately, he's going to be questing out, and straight away, we're going to hit down that Rage Storm, and we are getting rid of the whole field here. Gareth back in the game. 9-11 deficit, but a far better position than he was in before. Our number 1 seed. Working hard. He has popped his guide, but drew an additional 2 cards, then going to be passing turn. We've not seen him use any of his locations yet. I think it's only one that he's had out on the field. He could get these down. We've got no Harnamean's family. Dale in the hand. Hades looking for a deal. This is a decent hand. We're going to spend out, put Louisa Magical onto the field. Not the ideal play. You want some 2 questers there. Unfortunately, it looks like he hasn't drew into it. Cheshire Cat comes out onto the field. Not bad for control. Only 1 single card remaining. Gareth, a couple of cards in hand now, definitely in his comeback phase. Dale onto the board would be smart here. I'd recommend playing that, but Hades looking for a deal first on the Cheshire Cat. That is smart, Gareth. Try and get the additional cards drawn. I don't think the Blurple player can afford to get rid of it, so it's good for you to get additional cards. That will put him up to 6 cards in hand. This would be clutch for him. It depends whether he gets rid of the cat or not. The Blurple player needs to keep this on the field. He cannot afford it, but Ashley thinking, very hesitant, and he decides to get rid of the cat. This is absolutely well, he needed to keep that there, and then we're going to be sticking out Genie, getting additional cards drawn to the field. The game is favouring into the Amber Amethyst deck. It's passing back over to Ashley. 2 cards in hand. Looks like it was potentially an Elsa in hand. If he kept the Cheshire Cat, that could have been absolutely phenomenal. He could have took out the Genie on this turn, but he'll have to commit going into the Hades because he does not have enough to be able to take out the Genie with a Soul Elsa unless he has a Hades in his hand, but I did not see it. Let it go, though. That's going to be Genie straight into the Inkwell, and then we're going to be questing, going up to a 12. Not a bad turn from Ashley, and then going to play the final one, bouncing the card back, and then replaying Louisa Magico. Tigger, of course, with the ability that you can bounce your own card back, whether that's an item or a character. Sensible play there from Ashley, protecting his Louisa to try and get a bit of card draw, though. Otherwise, he's finished. Genie come back onto the field. We get another bit of card draw here. This is going really well for Amber Amethyst. Raging Storm in hand. He has the panic reset button. Willow, Grandmother Willow, come down on the field. But then we get Dale as well. Surely we just quest. Yeah, fantastic play. Hades is now a top decking. Tigger can go into Hades, take it out, but it doesn't mean it's wiping it off the board itself. He can then only quest for one with the Louisa. Only one card in hand. Ashley in a really poor position. Just desperate for any single form of card draw to keep him in the game, but he does not appear to be finding it. There is a big hesitation there. He's trying to work out what he should do there. With his limited cards, he's going to play down Hades. This is brilliant. The exact card that he wants to see. That surely has to be the Genie that is going into the Inkwell. He does not have enough evasive characters in the deck to be able to get rid of it. That's the correct play. Some people go for the Dale, overvaluating the threat of that. It's the smart thing to do. Get rid of the evasive, the big 2-quester. Dale can be challenged into. You can wipe it out with the Tigger. He decides to pass there. He wants to keep that Tigger to go into the Dale to trade it for the 2-quester on the following turn. Smart heads-up play by Ashley. Very quickly, running out of steam, very, very fast. We have 3 cards in hand. It looks like we have another Dale. We're going to be questing out, go to a total of 14. And then do we play down the other Dale? Have we scooped? Is that it? No, we hit down the Raging Storm. Can't believe it. We then go out for the Dale as well. I don't think it was necessary there. Cheshire Cat comes onto the field. I think Gareth has jumped the gun a little bit. He should have kept questing, kept the cards on the board, make the Blurple player work for it. Goes up to 16 now. Cheshire Cat, and that is it. Congratulations, Gareth. We have our winner into the final. Our first finalist, Amber Amethyst, has taken it all the way, even with a mega brick of a hand. Raging Storm sitting there from the beginning, but it took him over the finish line. A massive congratulations to Gareth, making it to our finals. Ladies and gentlemen, the other match which is going on is Gaz on Amber Amethyst going up against a green-blue player, which is a hard matchup for Amber Amethyst. We are either going to see a mirror match. Gareth was able to beat Gaz earlier on, or we are going to see Gareth going up against green-blue. But I can guarantee you that is a match that you want to be seeing. Once again, the winner of this tournament is going to be going home with a bye in the upcoming winner case, the Pendulum and Angle Entertainment collab held in Peterborough the 1st of August. I cannot wait for it. Once again, I'll be casting. I hope to see his menu there in person, and hopefully you can tune into the stream and chat with us for the whole day. It'll be great to see you there. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go out. We're going to see we are getting on with Gaz's match against the green-blue. We're going to see what is happening there and see if we have the mirror or if we have the dreadful green-blue making a final, the control deck of the format. Let's see what's going to be happening. We're going to be right back with you soon, ladies and gentlemen. CrawfordCana out. Ladies, gentlemen, CrawfordCana legends and Illuminaires far and wide, we are here in our final match live at Pendulum Gaming Store Champs in Grantham. We have Gareth versus Mark on Green Blue against Amber Amethyst. Green Blue certainly favoured in this matchup, but Gareth currently unbeaten in this tournament. This is going to be one for the ages, ladies and gentlemen. Both our players very excited for this matchup. I am very looking forward to cast this. Only one can walk away with the buy in the upcoming Win a Case event, co-sponsored between Pendulum Gaming and Angle Entertainment in Peterborough, 1st of August. Make sure to get yourselves down there. We are in for a thriller. Now, as a reminder, in Lorcana, the final match is untimed. Unlike the semi-finals, unlike the top 8 matches, which are 70 minutes, unlike Swiss, which is 50, you have untimed for the finals. We have all the time in the world for our players. Hopefully, we have a 3-game thriller coming along here. It will be great to see the entertainment value, but Gareth is going to be on the play here, I believe. However, I had a chat with him and he decided for some reason wants to go second in this matchup. Maybe he's crazy, maybe he's feeling confident, but there you go. Now, he has went for Christopher Robin here. He's tried to go for the underdog, get himself the advantage by being able to quest out earlier, get himself the quicker law. It's a brave play. I'm not sure it's necessarily the right one, but there's method to madness. Good for him for trying something different. We're going to be inking a card there. Looks like the Kida, then playing out Sail the Azrites. Draw an additional card, then get to ink an additional card as well. Green-blue player is probably going to be looking to get the Cinderella in turn, be able to get them up to their following turn quick. We have 1-cost Clarabelle coming out onto the field, suggesting we probably have the shift line. Gareth is now going to have to work hard at trying to get rid of his hand. The issue at voluntarily going second means that he's going to have quite a wide hand. However, he's got the mega curve, ladies and gentlemen. Willow into a Louisa. This is what I like to see. Now, he can have a costly error with this because Under the Sea will be extremely debilitating, but it is going to take a couple of turns to be able to get there. Cinderella does come out, so we've seen perfect curve for our green-blue player. Cinderella has the effect that when you play out a princess card, which Cinderella is, you get to ink an additional card at the end of your turn and draw a card. Great for card draw, great for ramping. So we are already going to be on 5 ink next turn, going up to a total of 6. Mowgli comes down onto the field, gets rid of the ink geyser, Moana, and the Prince Philip in hand there. Very clever play from Gareth. Very heads up there. Getting a wide board state. We've got the book onto the field. Looks like we don't have the Clarabelle shift line after all. Ladies and gentlemen, Gareth may be in a very strong position for this game. Now, the Amber Amethyst player has to work very hard in this matchup. I use the analogy, you're either the racer or the chaser in Lorcana. This matchup, Amber Amethyst has to be the racer. They need to make green-blue work towards them. They have mass removal. They have Under the Sea. They have big static characters like Clarabelle. They have John Silver to give Reckless. They have cards like Milo Thatch with Ward that quest for lows and able to pop characters back. Cards like Moana coming down here, a very strong legendary card from set 11, I believe. This card allows you to ink from your discard pile, meaning our green-blue player is able to ink the Sail the Azrite Sea that they played previously. Cinderella is going to take out the Grandmother Willow on the board, and then it looks like that's all they can do. A low hand size for our green-blue player. They really need to get that Clarabelle out, the big Clarabelle, as quickly as possible. Because they've played down Moana, which is also a print, they get to activate Cinderella's effect, ink an additional card, draw a card. They're getting up very high on their inkwell now. They are getting very close to be able to get that shift Philip out, but they do need to draw into it. They've already inked a Malicious Mean Scary so far, so it's going to be difficult to get that curve. Now, Louisa has went in, taken out the Cinderella there, realizing that if Cinderella's there, it could sing with the Moana and get the Under the Sea out, which wipe his whole board. So this is a clever play. However, a shift Clarabelle will also allow him to do it. However, we know that he didn't have that to begin with, but he did draw an additional card. So we went up to 9 total, Cheshire Cat, and then we're going to play down the Madam Mim Elephant. I love to do that. Gareth is playing like an absolute mastermind, and credit to him because I just spent 5 minutes roasting him when he told me that he was going second. I told him he was a chump. I told him he was making a huge error, but he has proven me wrong. He is having a great showing so far. Green-blue really, really struggling. a very slow deck, but a very powerful deck nonetheless. Up to 9 lore already. Going to be spending out 2 here. Get Vision of the Future. Going to have a dig. Trying to find that Shift Prince Philip. Get that into your hand. Try and get the Malicious Being Scary. We do see the MMS there. I believe it's either that or a Clarabelle. I think he really does need to get that. He gets the big Clarabelle, so we're going to be shifting that out. If he has 5 ink remaining, and then can be matching card hand size with Gareth, but Gareth only 2 cards in hand, so the green-blue player not going to get a lot of draw here. We do have enough to get the Clarabelle out, but he's not going to be able to exert because that Madam Mim Elephant there, if Adele comes down, we'll be able to one-shot it. Plays down the Cinderella there, going to be able to ink an additional card, draw an additional card as well. Interesting. Clarabelle is going to go in and finish off that Louisa there. He does have enough ink that he's going to be able to play out the big Clarabelle straight away on the following turn, so he doesn't necessarily need the shift line. That's clever. That's heads up. I like that. Green-blue player thinking ahead, definitely. Only 2 cards left on the board for Gareth here and 2 cards left in hand. He can, of course, pop the guidebook, get the additional draw, but when that Clarabelle comes down, I'm not sure that he's going to want that. Moana is going to take out the Christopher Robin as well. Really smart. Control the board state. Doesn't need to quest with it. Just needs to focus on stopping Gareth from getting too far ahead. We have the Demona in the hand. Now, this could be smart. Nice. Elephant is going to take out Moana. Damage back. Manipulate. 2 damage counters at the start of our turn. Mowgli's coming down. Do we get the hit? Gets rid of the Malicious Being Scary and a Clarabelle in hand. Gareth is playing like a complete pro, absolutely smashing this game, get the exact cards he needs at the right time. This is a hard match for Amber Amethyst, but he is absolutely smashing it. Library comes down onto the field, still 2 cards there. Shift Clarabelle is going to have to come down. It's going to have to take out that Madam Mim Elephant. Otherwise, Clarabelle is getting popped. Going to need to do some damage into the library quickly as well, but he has to make the choice between taking out the library or taking out the elephant. And I think he's going to go for the elephant. Hesitating there. What decision is he going to go for? This could be a very costly mistake. He does go for the elephant, but that means that Gareth can potentially draw. Chooses not to. It may have not been in the library to begin with, but the issue is if you draw too much with Clarabelle on, it means you are giving cards and resources to the blue player. Now, library on the field gets him the additional lore. Mowgli on the field as well. 1 card in hand. Is he going to ink or is he going to pop the guidebook and play it out? We'll have to see. Gareth having a little bit of a think here. Taking your time is crucial. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 ink available. Hades looking for a deal on the Clarabelle. Yeah, of course, he's going to be allowed to draw there. And then I think he inks the Mowgli and then moves the Mowgli into the library and then probably quests there. Do you decide to do it? Looks like he's potentially holding off on it and he passes turn. I think I would have quested just so you could get the additional. You want to get as close to 20 as possible. Make them have to find the answers before they start getting additional card draw. The negative, of course, is that Clarabelle or the Cinderella could take out the Mowgli, get Gareth to draw. If he chooses to draw, that is more card resources for Clarabelle to get. He needs to try and starve the Emerald Sapphire player of resources here. Wait for him to run out and hope he doesn't get into the Prince Philip board wipe. But we do have the Horseman Strikes in the deck, which will be able to get the Prince Philip out straight away. Kida coming down onto the feed now. The field, a very good card for ramping. When you quest it, you get to look at the top 2 cards of the deck. 1 goes into your Inkwell, and oh, interesting. He swaps it over. Kida is going to be going into the Inkwell, then going to be spending out for the Clarabelle there. We've got 2 of the Clarabelles on the field. Still, the same effect that happens, only 1 card in the hand for Gareth. So at the end of the turn, he's going to get to draw 1 single card. But it's smart there, getting the beefier character out on the field. I have to agree. I think that was the right play. We're then going to be taking out the library, surely, or are we just going to be players just having a little bit of a discussion there? Looks like they're going to do some damage into the library, and then we're going to be passing turn. Gareth up to a total of 11 now. Got the Mowgli in the library, and the Hades looking for a deal there. Hades surely going into Clarabelle is a smart decision. He's going to move it into the library. Hades takes out the first Clarabelle. That's 1 down, 1 to go, but he needs to be careful about his hand size. Already has 3 cards in hand. Interesting. Very interesting. We've got the Dale in the hand there. If he gets that out, that could make his other characters quite beefy. And I think we have an Elsa in hand. Dale with the following turn. Elsa could be very, very strong, but Mowgli is not going to be able to do enough to take out the Cinderella. Grandmother Willow comes out, and then we're going to spend 1 less to be able to get the Dale onto the field, and then we're going to spend an additional 1 to move Dale into the library. This is very clever, Gareth. Well done there. Keep your hand nice and low. Do not let the Emerald Sapphire player get any draw. Mark can come back very quickly once he starts getting resources. Gareth needs to starve him as much as possible. Cinderella and Clarabelle field. The one thing you need to be aware of, though, if he gets the Under the Sea here, that will wipe the entire board for Gareth. Even though you get to challenge with your willpower instead of your strength, it doesn't change the actual strength modifier of the card, meaning Under the Sea will wipe all of them. But he's exerted the Cinderella, taken out the library, so I don't believe he has that. Get rid of the location really is clutch here, but in the green-blue match, you really want to keep your locations round for as long as possible. Clarabelle has done the challenge here, taking out the Willow, 2 damage back on her. Dale is going to be able to take that out in the following turn. Cinderella goes down onto the field. We're going to get double trigger here, meaning he can ink twice and draw twice. Obviously, 1 by 1. He can then decide which order he does his triggers with Clarabelle, but 1 card in hand for Gareth. I don't think it's going to matter. Now, the negative of this is if you find a card that you really like, you still have to ink it if you want to get another one, but he's decided to ink both of them, drawn 2 cards total, 1 card in hand for our Emerald Sapphire player. Now, we're going to go down for the Genie, get an additional card in hand. We get another Dale here. So I think playing Dale inks the Dale, interesting. And then we're going to quest out, going to 15 altogether. Really clever there. He could have challenged into the Clarabelle, get rid of that. But he's realized he's got a low character-filled hand anyway. There's not a lot of cards there. So we can just focus in on making sure that the Emerald Sapphire player has to do the work to catch up. Cinderella's going to take out the Grandmother Willow there, getting 2 damage back on her. It looks like it's going to have to be Clarabelle that trades in. Really smart play here from Gareth, making him do the work here, making the Emerald Sapphire player stay on the edge. Not found the MMS into Philip, and we're going to be going for a Moana, able to ink from the discard here. Probably the Clarabelle just goes straight on the top if he needs it, but we've got a whole mass of ink left. If he has a big character, he can certainly get this out. Going to be sticking the Develop Your Brain into the Inkwell, and then we're going to be questing the Cinderella, going to 2. We can go to 17 this turn for Gareth. We're then going to be activating the effects. Moana's been played, so we get 2 triggers for Cinderella if you choose to use it. And he's decided to only use 1 trigger and then pass there. 2 cards in the hand for Gareth, can draw now and get extra from the guidebook. He's held off well, waiting for the Clarabelles to be popped. Both of them gone now, so not likely to see more. We have a Palace Guard, we have a Cheshire Cat, we've got Dale and another Palace Guard. Need to be careful not to lay the board too much. You don't want to be hit by an Under the Sea, but we do want to be questing, try to get over the line here. Gareth being extremely brave, playing on the draw so he could focus on getting his Christopher Robin out. Genie's going to be questing, going to 17 altogether. There is nothing to deal with the evasives in this deck. Plays out the Cheshire Cat. If we do not find a You're Welcome here, it is game over, and that is game 1 to Gareth on the draw. Emerald Sapphire having a little bit of think here. Mark trying to work out, get rid of the evasive. Stick the Clarabelle in the Inkwell. Does he have anything to be able to wipe the board? If he has the Prince Philip, he can be safe. Gareth proactively putting his hand on the Genie. He thinks it's going to be going. Mark hesitating, though. Is it game over? He's going to be Under the Sea. We get rid of the Genie. He is still in the game for a tiny bit longer, but not quite. He has not quite made it all the way. Prince Philip then comes down. We're going to quest out for the Emerald Sapphire player is just going to have to aggro here and try and make the whole distance. They do have 3, 5, 6, 7 lore available. Go to 11 on the next turn with another character. They'll be able to win the game in 2 turns. If we quest here, that means the Cheshire Cat is probably going to get popped. I think realistically, you just want to layer your board out here, Gareth. He goes to 18 here, then spam out your board. There's no cards left in hand for Mark. Just go for the questing. Try and get yourself over the line. It is right close now, but he does not have the best characters here. Playing down the Dale could be quite nice because it means that whatever challenges into it, if it's not Prince Philip, it's probably going to be taken out, including the Moana, which is a 4 stat line. He's going to go down for the 2 Palace Guards, and he's going to pass turn there, electing not to waste any boards in case there is another board wipe. 1 card in hand for the Emerald Sapphire player. Does he have anything to get rid of the Palace Guards? And he's a You're Welcome, or he needs a MMS with Philip. He doesn't have that, so it's going to be Under the Sea or You're Welcome. Prince Philip goes down. Nothing he can do. Game 1 is going to go to Gareth. We have Amber Amethyst taking it in one of their weakest matchups on the draw. Gareth has remained unbeaten in this tournament and has absolutely smashed it with the crazy strategy of electing to go second in a finals. I can't believe it. The madness has method, though. Congratulations to Gareth. I wonder if Mark is going to elect to go second this time himself, or if he's going to decide to go first again. I think if I was on Emerald Sapphire, I definitely want to be going first here. But the strategy of Gareth trying to get his Christopher Robin out on the turn 1 is clever. It meant extra lore very, very quickly. Ladies and gentlemen, this could be a 2-set, one-and-done event here at Pendulum in the final. I can't believe that I'm saying this, but Gareth was able to absolutely smash this on the draw. That takes a very special kind of player to be able to do. That takes a very strong pilot. Gareth really is playing to the best of his ability during this game. Going to be minusing the law there, going down to 0-0, having a shuffle of their decks, and then we're going to be ready and raring to get into game 2 of our final match here at Pendulum Gaming Store Champs, live in Grantham. A winner case by On The Line, our winning player here, as well as a whole massive collection of prizing. We've got a booster box on the line. Pendulum has went above and beyond here. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not often you see a store giving out a booster box for £15 entry. If you are in the UK, if you are local, if you are anywhere around this area and you are not coming to Pendulum for their store champs, you are absolutely crazy. You are missing out on so much prizing. Each time they play, they're giving out troves, they're giving out booster boxes. They really look after their community here. It is a community-focused store, and that is a store I'm very proud to partner with. So once again, a massive shout-out to Matt and a massive shout-out to Luke, the owners of Pendulum, for inviting me down here. Glad to be here, glad to be the official cast of the store, and glad to see two massive players like Mark and Gareth fighting it out in the finals of our tournament here. I could not wait for this second set. My voice is going. I'm on the edge of my seat, but it is going to be a thriller, and I can't wait to see if Gareth can take it or if Mark can come back here, bringing it to a 3-game thriller. Only time will tell. Not long left to go, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like we are going to once again have Mark on the play and Gareth on the draw. Going to be inking out the Milo Thatch, spend in 1 for Develop Your Brain, search in 2, 1 goes to the bottom, and pass and turn. Palace Guard going to be coming out here. He did not get the Christopher Robin, his signature strategy from the first game. A little bit of a shame for him, but if he has Will of the Wisp, that is still a strong start. Sorry, Grandmother Willow, and it looks like he has it, but does he have the additional to play with it? I'm not too sure. Turn 2 here, the green-blue player needs to see ramp. If he does not have ramp, this game is going to be over very, very quickly. A little bit of hesitation here, whether he's bricked or whether it means he's a lot of good cards in his hand, he's not sure. Ink the You're Welcome, going to be spending out for Sale the Azarites. Was clever to get rid of the there because Dale may potentially be able to rip it from the hand. Going to ink the additional John Silver, spend out and Develop Your Brain to get the additional card draw. Looks like Mark is very much searching for a certain answer in his deck. We are then going to be passing the turn, 3 cards in ink, not a single card on the field. We've got the additional 1 cost, ladies and gentlemen. This is going well for Gareth so far. Grandmother Willow comes out onto the field, Palace Guard out to the field as well. 3 cards on board, turn 2 already. This is exactly what you want to see for the Amber Amethyst player. Gareth knows exactly what he's doing in this matchup. It looks like he potentially has a location as well, which could be quite brutal for the green-blue player to deal with. Cinderella coming out onto the field, the ideal turn 3 player for the turn 3 play. This deck gets to ink an additional card at the end of his turn and draw another card. Clarabelle in the ink for this turn, and then going to be passing over. We've got the Demonia in hand. We're going to be inking that. Does he go for the location in the mega play, or is he going to go for the Dale? He does decide to go for the Dale, meaning that if Cinderella goes into either of the Palace Guards, it is immediately taken off the board. Very clever play here. Moana comes down next. We're going to get an additional trigger for Cinderella. Princess card's been played. Inks the Sail the Azurite Sea from the discard. Both decks working exactly as they should do right now, seeing key cards. Going to ink the additional card here for turn, and then we're going to get to draw. Passing it over to Gareth, who quite surely is going to be questing out here. We do have the Elsa, though. I think going into the Moana here could be a mega play, but he decides against it. No, he inks an Elsa, plays out the Elsa. Elsa takes out the Moana. That is a 5/5 stat line because of the ability of Dale. And we're now going to be questing for 3, going up to 8 altogether. Gareth is having an absolute hell of a game. He is on fire, going on the draw, both games back to back. 8 lore already. This is getting very, very difficult for Mark to be able to deal with on Emerald Sapphire. It's going to be spending out. He goes for the Clarabelle, though. Only 2 cards in hand for Gareth. Going to get no benefit to that. Potentially going to be inking another card. Inks the Prince Philip. He is then going to be singing You're Welcome, surely it is, and gets rid of the Dale, shuffled into the deck, and then Gareth is going to draw 2 cards. This is a mandatory, meaning that the Emerald Sapphire player is going to get a little bit of card draw at least in this game. But still, once again, that is 1, 2, 3, 4 lore available on the board. Gareth is going to be able to go up to 12 and has additional resources now, so can layer his board even further. We are not close enough to be able to get that Prince Philip out. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 ink in the inkwell altogether. So Prince Philip board white is definitely not coming. However, an Under the Sea could be backbreaking. Interesting. We get the library onto the field now. Now, Mark has to make the decision about whether he challenges into the cards or takes the location. Grandmother Willow going into the library. He chooses against it, having a bit of a think about which one he wants to. He does put Willow into the library, going to quest out for all the cards there, go to 12 total, and then passing turn. Surely Clarabelle and Cinderella are going to have to go into this library here, because if they take out the cards, it's additional card draw for Gareth. But you know what that means? It means it's more card draw for Mark as well. But once again, Mark is on a total of 0. A very slow start for Emerald Sapphire. They need to make it into the end game to be able to control the board. It is going very well for Amber Amethyst right now. Gareth is having the time of his life. Mark thinking very carefully about what he can do to stay in this game. This is neck and neck in the finals here at Pendulum Game. Moana goes out onto the field. Ink a card from your turn. Because we had Sail there, we get to ink an additional card here. Very, very clever. Now we're going to be going for the Prince Philip. The question is, does he have the shift line? He needs MMS and Prince Philip, something that Gareth is going to be very well aware of this turn. Needs to be careful about what he does. Of course, if he slams all the cards into the library, he could guarantee himself that. With the Clarabelle on the field, it means even more draw for Emerald Sapphire. A definitely well thought out turn needs to come here for Amber Amethyst when it passes over. Clarabelle looks like it's going to be exerting. It's challenging into the library. Are we going to take it out with Cinderella here? Or is he going to try and force Gareth to draw extra cards to give him the benefit? No, looks like he's activating the Cinderella trigger Moana and passing turn. Got damage on the library. We have a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards. We can get to 18 this turn. This is absolutely mental. Surely Gareth is just going to quest out here, take the law as much as he can. We're going to be inking Horseman Strikes. We spend it on another library. This is exactly what he wants to see. This could be game, ladies and gentlemen. This could be a 2-0 in the finals. Questing out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 goes all the way to 18. 2 locations on the board. Needs the Prince Philip shift to be able to stay in this game. If he has it, he can stay in. But if not, surely it is game over. Surely Gareth just takes it from here. Do we spend 2 vision? No, Sail. It's not vision. He needs hope that he got it there. Does he have enough ink? Does he have the cards in hand to be able to take this? I'm not sure that he does. Mark, very hesitant. This could be completely game over. Going to be moving across the Sail and the Develop Your Brain. Plenty of ink there available. What do we do from this position? He's hesitating, so I don't think he has the answers. He's going to have to challenge him with the cards. We're going to take out the library with Prince Philip. Moana is then going to be going in, taking out another card perhaps. He does not have the answer here. I have to say, I think this is going to be going to Gareth. Takes out the library. Still got quite a few cards left in ink. He's going to be spending out Under the Sea. Oh my God, that wipes every character on board. I can't believe it. What a heads-up play from Mark. I thought it was completely game over, but he's been able to turn it around, wipe the whole board, get a quest in as well. Now he has a very wide board state, and Gareth has no cards in hand. He's top decking. He's going to draw with the guidebook, but this means that each and every turn, Mark is going to need to find a resource. All Gareth needs to do is get a single 2-quester on the board that sticks, and he wins this game. He inks the guidebook, spends out on the Dale. We need to see more removal this turn. Does he have the You're Welcome? Does he have an Under the Sea? Does he have Prince Philip shift with MMS? I don't know, but he's certainly going to try and find it. A little bit of hesitation here for Mark. I don't think he has the answer. This might be game to Gareth. Dale on the field, able to quest for 2. Gareth getting very excited. Does he have... It looks like an MMS. This is clutch. Is there any way for him to get around the 0-4 stat line? Is there any way for him to exert? Is there any way for him to bounce it back? And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. We have our winner. Wow, 2-0 on the draw to Gareth. A massive, massive congratulations. I can't believe I'm saying that. He elected to go second here, ladies and gentlemen, and he was able to take it 2-0. Basically, a 20-0 both games. Only 1 law scored in the second. Gareth has absolutely smashed this. A good friend of mine, I could not be prouder of seeing him do so well in Lorcana, seeing him absolutely smash this tournament. Gareth taking a variant of my list today, done absolutely amazing with it, with the key change of dropping out the Will-o'-the-Wisp and putting in the Louisa. I have to say, I am more of a fan of the Will-o'-the-Wisp, but it's worked well for him today. This was a hard tournament, a well-fought win, and a big congratulations to both Gareth and Mark here, who have been working very, very hard and are now going to be getting a large amount of prizing. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the day. For those of you that stuck with us for the whole day, I thank you kindly. Thank you for sticking around. Thank you for joining the CrawfordCana community. Make sure to hit subscribe, give us a like, leave a couple of comments. It really helps with the algorithm. We are growing here on YouTube and having a fantastic time. If anyone wants to follow, you can follow me on Instagram on CrawfordCana Official or at Zach Plays Lorcana. That's ZAK Plays Lorcana. And make sure to take a look at pendulumgaming.com, the sponsors and host of this event. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been an absolute pleasure. Congratulations to our winner. Over and out, and I'll see you in the next one.